Well, it's 2:30 in the p.m. The Senate proceedings are about to commence on this 15th day of April, the year 2025, the afternoon sitting. This is a broadcast that is streaming live from the Senate chambers, Parliament buildings in Nairobi. A broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you have managed to join us for these proceedings. Now, what you are seeing on your screens currently, that is the Senate chambers. There is the entrance, that is the door leading into the chambers. As the House is yet to commence, we will be seeing members walking in to get ready for the business that is lined up or scheduled for transaction this afternoon. And of course, once the Speaker's procession is ready, also it will make its way into the chamber. And if the House will have quorated by then the House will commence its business. And if not, then we shall be seeing a quorum bell that will be on for a while for, of course, the members to be able to get to the chambers. And of course, allow the House commence its business. We have seen nominated Senator Honorable Esther Kenyuri, who has just walked in also. As you can see, the House still does not have a substantive number of senators, but we believe that in a short while that quorum or more members will make their way into the chambers. However, as we wait for the Speaker's procession, we shall take a look at the business that the senators will be transacting this afternoon. Two motions are lined up for consideration, and these two motions will be resumption of debate that was interrupted. One of the motion is on the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations and the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on a petition by the Senate by Mr. Laban Omusundi concerning restraining county governments from hiring law firms to represent them in court cases. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi, has already made his way into the chambers. He will be presiding over this afternoon sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, tutakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuitwa kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu ya Kenya. Tukuomba utuwajalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do you have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
Clearly, the House has not quorated. We can see that most of the seats have not been occupied yet, and there is just a countable number of senators inside the House. The Speaker has directed that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes. This is to give room or an allowance for the senators who may be within the precincts of Parliament and yet to make their way into the chambers, perhaps to hasten their steps and be able to get to the chambers and enable the House attain that required quorum for the business of the day to commence. This is as provided for under the House Standing Order 39 and 40. At the entrance of the chambers, I can see more senators making their way inside. Godfrey Osotsi has just walked in also. More members are expected to get to the chambers for it to be able to attain or raise that quorum, at least 15 senators. Senator Fatuma Dulo, Senator Miraj, Senator Omatinga, Senator Edwin Sifuna have made their way. Senator Abbas have made their way into the chambers. Currently, if you're just joining us, is that the prayer has been said and the chair taken. However, the House has not quorated. At least 15 senators, as provided for in the House Standing Order 39 and 40, should be present. And if that quorum is not present after the prayer is said and the chair taken, then a quorum bell will be on, and that is currently what is happening. So once that quorum is raised, then we shall be able to hand this business back to the House to continue. A report by the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations and the Justice and Legal Affairs, Human Rights, on a petition to the Senate by Mr. Laban Omusundi concerning restraining county governments from hiring law firms to represent them in court cases is one of the business that this afternoon is lined up for consideration. Remember, a debate on this particular motion was done extensively on the Wednesday, 9th of April, 2025, in the afternoon sitting, with members giving their opinions on this particular position that this petitioner seeks to have the Senate legislate on. And this afternoon, a question will be put for the House to adopt this particular report that the two standing committees, that is the one on devolution and intergovernmental relations and the Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights, have tabled or laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 3rd of April, 2025. Senator for Lamu, Honorable Githuku, has also walked in. The other motion that will be considered is with regards to a report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on its inquiry into personal security concerns raised by Honorable Philomena Kapkori, Deputy Governor, Trans Nzoia County. And this is also a motion whose debate was done on Thursday, 10th of April, 2025. And this afternoon, a question will be put on this particular motion. Several bills lined up for consideration at the division stage. We shall be taking a look at these bills later on. But now we can take a look at the provisions of Standing Order 53, paragraph 1, with regards to questions and statements. This is an opportunity for the Senate members to be able to seek for statements from various standing committees on issues concerning counties. All right, I can see the Speaker is about to address the House. Allow me to hand you over. Good afternoon.
Clerk, you may proceed to call the first order, please.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. Honorable Senator for Kisumu, Professor Tomojena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon I have 3 statements. The first statement is on the status of Kisumu-Busia Road infrastructure. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing on a matter of inter-county concern regarding the status of infrastructure development along the Kisumu-Busia Road corridor. Mr. Speaker, the Kisumu-Busia Road is a crucial transport link for trade, movement of goods, and regional integration between Kenya, Uganda, and the other East African countries. The improvement of this corridor is expected to ease congestion, enhance economic activities, and promote cross-border trade. However, while there have been discussions on the upgrading of this road to a dual carriageway, there is no confirmed full-scale dual carriageway project currently under construction. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, whether there are concrete government plans to fully upgrade the Kisumu-Busia corridor to a dual carriageway into a full dual carriageway, and if so, provide the implementation timelines, funding sources, and budgetary allocations for such a project. 2, the ongoing feasibility studies for the multinational Kisumu-Kisian-Busia, Kakira-Malaba, Busitema-Busia Expressway that was commissioned by the East African Community in November 2024, including its scope and expected outcomes. 3, the status of land acquisition and compensation plans for affected persons along the proposed expansion areas, and whether public participation and stakeholder consultations have been conducted regarding the proposed road improvements pursuant to Article 232(1)(d) of the Constitution. And lastly, measures in place to ensure the ongoing and future road improvements along the corridor aligned with national infrastructure priorities and benefit local communities. Mr. Speaker, my second statement is on market access for local farmers in Kisumu County. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53(1) to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the status of market access for local farmers in Kisumu County. Mr. Speaker, Kisumu County plays a pivotal role in the country's agricultural output, producing key food and cash crops such as maize, sugarcane, vegetables, and fish. However, despite the efforts by many farmers, they have been unable to access structured and rewarding markets both locally and beyond. This has led to post-harvest losses, poor pricing, and limited income growth. This situation, Mr. Speaker, continues to discourage agricultural investment and productivity in Kisumu County. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, measures put in place by the national and county governments to support farmers in accessing structured markets in the national and international levels, including linkages to exporters, processors, and institutional buyers. 2, plans to improve agricultural infrastructure such as feeder roads, cold storage, and transportation systems to ensure timely and efficient delivery of produce to major markets and export points. 3, progress made in establishing aggregation centers, market hubs, and digital platforms to enhance access to price information, buyer networks, and direct market access for farmers in Kisumu County. 4, the support available for value addition and certification to help local producers meet national and global market standards and tap into export opportunities. And lastly, strategies to protect farmers from exploitation by middlemen and guarantee fair pricing, including reforms in cooperative marketing, contract farming, and transparent market regulation. Mr. Speaker, my last statement is on the elevation of Kisumu National Polytechnic to a technical university. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53(1) to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the elevation of Kisumu National Polytechnic to a technical university. Mr. Speaker, Kisumu National Polytechnic, being one of the leading polytechnics in this country, plays a pivotal role in equipping the youth with technical and vocational skills and thereby contributing significantly to the economic development of the region and the nation at large. Elevating this institution to a technical university would not only expand access to higher education, within Kisumu and its environs, but also enhance research, innovations, and industrial linkages, which are critical for national growth. Moreover, such a transformation would align with the government's agenda for strengthening technical and vocational education and training, TVET institutions, to bridge the skills gap in the job market. In the statement, the Committee of Education should address the following: 1, the criteria and requirements necessary for such elevation and whether Kisumu National Polytechnic meets these requirements. 2, plans by the State Department for Technical Vocational Education and Training, TVET, to elevate Kisumu National Polytechnic to a technical university, including a timeline for the process. 3, budgetary allocations, if any, that have been set aside for the elevation and expansion of the institution to meet university status. 4, how the proposed elevation will impact technical education, skills development, and employment opportunities for the youth in the region. Lastly, whether public participation and stakeholder engagements have been conducted to assess the viability and necessity of the elevation in line with Article 232(1)(d) of the Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Prof, have you read the three statements? All the three statements? Okay. I will allow, I can see Senator Charankei. I will allow 15 minutes of comments on those three statements. Senator Fernando, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity. I just want to seek further clarification on the statement on the status of Kisumu-Busia Road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I would like the Transport Committee to consider also the dualling and upgrading of Uplands, Nakuru, Eldoret, Bungoma, Malaba Road, Mr. Speaker, to expand, because, Mr. Speaker, as we talk for people who use the road between Nairobi, Eldoret, Malaba, Bungoma, all the way to North Rift and Western Kenya, Mr. Speaker, the road is so narrow that to travel from here to Eldoret, for example, people travel up to 5 hours, Mr. Speaker. On a day when there is like Easter weekend that is upcoming, this is a very holy week, Mr. Speaker, as by the Catholic calendar, is we have to travel almost 10 to 15 hours on the road, even when you are traveling to Kisumu, Mr. Speaker. So I hope the committee will prioritize to find out, because we were told in the last session that France were willing to do PPP on this road. Later we were told that Americans and Chinese want to do this road. Mr. Speaker, this is the only road that links Nairobi with the rest of Western Kenya. We are not talking even about Mau Mau roads, Mr. Speaker, where they are being done up to the local village, Mr. Speaker. But this one, we are talking about the economy of transporting goods between and services between here in Nairobi and Western Kenya and part of North Rift and even Kisumu, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I would really want to know the status of this road. I know, for example, in Nandi, of all the 5 tarmac roads, Mr. Speaker, all of them are stalled. If you talk about Nandi-Simaki Road, the one that links between Eldoret, Kapsabet, and Kakamega, Vihiga, Mr. Speaker, that road is too narrow. But it is unfortunate that they did expand up to Chafakali, and Senator Otsosi knows that. And I've told the Prime Cabinet Secretary that why would they only repair from Majengo all the way to Chafakali, but from Chafakali to Cheptulu, to Kapsabet, to Eldoret, the road is so narrow, Mr. Speaker. And other parts of this country, we have even in the ones in Mosop, all the way from Tulwa to Mudete, from Kamasai to Luanda, Mr. Speaker. It is very unfortunate, and I can see the chair of roads is smiling, and these are serious things. And we were being told they are coming, Mr. Speaker, they are coming to government through broadbase as experts. We want to see the expertise on the expansion of these roads. Yes, we want to see the expertise. For example, unless I don't know which expert he is, Mr. Speaker. You know, the last time he was in the US playing with numbers and telling us there is Jose Carmago. But the point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, you look at this road between Eldoret to Bungoma, a place called Kaburengu. We have lost so many people in Kaburengu. We have lost so many people in Nakuru because of accidents and deaths. Even this one of Bomet, Mr. Speaker, all the way from Nairobi, Bomet, Kericho to Kisumu. We are losing so many people. So I want to agree with Senator Professor Ojenda that this thing will make a reality. Finally, on compensation, Mr. Speaker, I think there is a problem with issues of compensation. We must agree. There are many Kenyans that are yet to be compensated, Mr. Speaker. Even in the Eldoret Pipers, there was an opaque compensation program in Eldoret Pipers, Mr. Speaker. Even on the one of Aldai to Serem, around the road between Aldai to Serem, most of the people in Kipsigak, from Kipsigak Junction, Mr. Speaker, all the way to Kobujoy, to Aldai, Mr. Speaker, the compensation of many Kenyans that was affected on that road was never done, Mr. Speaker. So I want Kenyans should be compensated, Mr. Speaker, and the Constitution is very clear that anybody and everybody who is displaced, and my law professor is here, should be compensated on market rate, Mr. Speaker. I am told there are senior government officials, Mr. Speaker, whenever they know that, like your village, if we have to connect your village with the tarmac, Mr. Speaker, the senior government officials during feasibility study buy land for speculative purposes, displacing the genuine Kenyans who should be compensated, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this compensation should be done and ensure Kenyans are compensated with the market rate that is based on this, Mr. Speaker. With those very many remarks, I hope this issue of roads can be addressed once and for all. Let us not only divert to one region to get the roads. I know Senator Wambua he supports the other side, but he has never asked those people, why are they doing Mau Mau roads and they are not doing Megatilili wa Menza, or who was the freedom fighter from Mugambani? They should also do roads called Megatilili wa Menza roads. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Osotsi. And Senator Fernandez, get your history correctly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to comment on the statement by Senator Ojenda regarding the dwelling of Kisumu Busia Road, which also happens to pass through my county, between Maseno and Yala. Mr. Speaker, you know Uganda is a key trading partner of Kenya. In fact, in terms of trade volume, Uganda is #1 trading partner for Kenya. And therefore, I think it's important that all roads or transport systems connecting Kenya to Uganda must be improved, must be enhanced. We have a serious problem, Mr. Speaker, on this road, because this road, I don't know, it was last repaired more than 15 years ago. And yet, this is the road that carries all cargo traffic from Mombasa to Uganda, and all manner of transport processes that are involved in transporting goods from Mombasa to Uganda. So I think something has to be done, and I know it has been in the plans, even in the Vision 2030. There was a plan to dual this road, but nothing much is happening, even repairs are not happening. And Mr. Speaker, that's why we are very concerned about RMLF. RMLF should be used to repair such strategic roads, but it's unfortunate that we are not able to access RMLF because of the conduct of the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, trying to ensure that this money remains with them. I think it must come out very clearly that if we are not maintaining roads in this country, the reason is members of the National Assembly. If you are driving on a bad road, just blame the member of parliament where you are passing through. Or member of the National Assembly where you are driving on the road. Mr. Speaker, this weekend I had a lot of problems going through my county because the roads are in a bad shape. And members of parliament are fighting to control this money, Mr. Speaker. Why are Kenyans not seeing what these people are doing? The kind of injustice they are doing to the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I had given a motion of adjournment on this matter. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, my motion has been denied. I will not complain about that, but I think we need time to discuss about the fight against devolution in this country. We cannot continue living like this, Mr. Speaker. Devolution is the best thing that ever happened in this country since independence. But we are seeing that the members of parliament, they want to control county roads, they want to control markets, and they are even constructing hospitals, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a Senate, under the Article 96 of the Constitution, we have the powers to protect devolution, and we will do that protection with all the strength that we have, anywhere we are, whether we are in Baraza, whether we are in this house, whether we are wherever we are, we will protect devolution. I am asking members that we have to come out and fight. I know this afternoon, the National Assembly, they are going to be talking about what our party leader, Raila Amolo Odinga, said. And he said the truth, that the real people fighting devolution in this country are members of the National Assembly. We should not be ashamed, Mr. Speaker. We need to call them out. They are controlling CDF and they want to encroach on the other functions which are not theirs. We should not allow this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support the statement.
Senator Wamatenga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also rise in support of the statement. Indeed, there is no one single country in the world which has ever progressed without taking the basic infrastructure, and that is the connectivity that connects community, that connects country. Mr. Speaker, sir, we know the importance of regional integration. We know that most of our business partners, Mr. Speaker, they lie across borders. And therefore, it is very important that we ensure that we not only put the necessary resources, but also improve the infrastructure that will ensure that the flow of human goods, and as well as facilitating the mobility of labor as envisaged in our EAC undertaking. Mr. Speaker, sir, it cannot be overemphasized the importance of us as leaders of not fighting over the resources, but ensuring that the services delivered are delivered timely to the people and by using the right channels. Mr. Speaker, sir, as has been said by my fellow colleague here, the Senator Osotsi, indeed, devolution came and changed many counties. It would even achieve even more wonders if we allocated enough resources to them. Mr. Speaker, sir, we started this Senate with a high note of unbundling all the devolved functions and ensuring that budgets are following them. That, Mr. Speaker, sir, has remained elusive. The political goodwill that we've brought on the table, Mr. Speaker, is dwindling by the minute. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is only 2 years to election, and we will all place ourselves before the electorate and tell what is it that we've been able to do. Mr. Speaker, I therefore think that we should speak with the voice of reason, whether we sit in the National Assembly, in the Senate, or we sit in the governor's office, where people have been known to lack accountability and using the resources that they've been allocated to not only do what they think will advance their political goals, but at times with skewed priorities. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is important as leadership of this country, it's important that we call them out and tell them the governors must get what they should get, but then they should also allocate depending on the priorities as envisaged by our 2010 Constitution. As I sit down, Mr. Speaker, sir, indeed it is a very sad affair that we see the control of the National Assembly of almost everything that gets to pass in this House, be it the allocation of the budget, be it the oversight law, Mr. Speaker, but then we know that too much on their hands, Mr. Speaker, then they are left to only mismanage that, and we must tell ourselves the truth. It is the high time we change the way we are doing things. It is the high time that we also confront the reality that development in any part of this country is development everywhere. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I sit down, I listened to the President explain about the construction of roads in the northern part of the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to submit that indeed it's very sad. 62 years after independence, 80% of the landmass of this country remains unconnected to the national grid, remains unconnected to the basic infrastructure, and it is not a privilege. It is a right for every Kenyan, and therefore, As I sit here and address this issue, I think it's the high time that we get our priorities right and know that this marginalized 80% of the land mass must also contribute to the national GDP. Mr. Speaker, sir, I submit.
Speaker, I thank you, and I don't know why Senator Spooner is so happy that I have the microphone. Mr. Speaker, I also want to make comments on the statement by Senator Tom Ojienda on the status of the Kisumu-Busia Road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I want to hasten to say that lately Senator Tom has been very active on matters infrastructure, and the people of Kisumu County should take note. Mr. Speaker, having said that, this is a matter that resonates with a lot of us in the Senate, Mr. Speaker, and it shall be remembered that I have raised this matter many, many times on the issue of the Kibwezi-Mutomo-Kitui Road. Mr. Speaker, that road is not just a road that serves the people of the Mount Kenya South region. It is a road that serves the region from Mombasa all the way, Mr. Speaker, to Isiolo and connecting Kenya with Addis Ababa. It is actually a transport corridor that is international. Mr. Speaker, I would urge the committee as they continue to look into these issues to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, that road is completed, because the section of road remaining is less than 20 kilometers to connect it to the Mwingi-Garissa Road, and then, of course, the payment of parts. Mr. Speaker, having said that, allow me, Mr. Speaker, to, whilst you're on that statement, to say, Mr. Speaker, that this matter of the road maintenance fund, Mr. Speaker, is a matter that this House needs to make a statement on and ensure that we call out the right people. I agree with Senator Ososi, I agree with Senator Amatinga, I agree with the leader of ODM, His Excellency, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, that, Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest enemies of devolution in this country is members of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, these people, they behave as though Article 93 of the Constitution was created just for them. That the Senate and nobody else exists apart from the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I want to stand today on the floor of this Senate and say that even as they consider the statement by Raila Amolo Odinga on their role in killing devolution, they should know that actually Raila Amolo Odinga spoke for Kenyans. He did not even speak for himself. Mr. Speaker, but the other category of leaders that we need to call out as a Senate, and I want my colleagues to listen and listen to me carefully. It is the Council of Governors. Mr. Speaker, do you know that I have information that now governors are contemplating withdrawing the case in court on the 10 billion that is supposed to go to counties for roads maintenance, for exchange of peanuts, so that they can be given some little peanuts? Mr. Speaker, this House is the one that is supposed to negotiate monies going to counties. It is not the business of governors to negotiate what money goes to the counties. That is not their business. Mr. Speaker, for them is to wait for the Senate to negotiate what goes to the counties, then they implement what they are budgeted to implement. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask my colleagues to rise up and speak to their individual governors and tell them that we are watching. It can never happen that the governors will be intimidated or will accept to withdraw the case in court before that matter is determined, Mr. Speaker. The 10 billion Kenya shillings, as a Senate, we believe that is money that rightfully should go to counties for maintenance of roads. Any other conversation, Mr. Speaker, outside that conversation, it's only a conversation that can be held by governors who are self-interested. Mr. Speaker, lastly, there is this money that has been set aside by the national government from the same RMLF, the 7 shillings tax that has been given to the Ministry of Roads to pay pending bills and complete roads that have not been completed. Mr. Speaker, that 175 billion Kenya shillings, and that is the position of the Roads Committee of the Senate, that the chairman is here. The position is very clear, that a percentage of that amount of money must go to counties. So that, Mr. Speaker, you don't have a situation where people from Kitui, Kabati, Matinyani, who are fueling their vehicles and 7 shillings being taken away from them, that money has now come, all of it has to come to Nairobi for them to make a decision on how that money is going to be used, and yet we are paying that tax at source, Mr. Speaker. That is money that must go to counties, a portion of it, so that we make sure that we have equitable distribution of development and resources in this country. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I support.
Senator Essie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to comment on the statement by Senator Professor Tom Ojenda on upgrading Kisumu National Polytechnic to university status. While I appreciate his thoughts on the same, I would wish that this statement brings our focus back to whether the current national polytechnics have actually met the intended purpose and the technical training institutions we've had in this country. Mr. Speaker, because the essence of technical training institutions is to equip young people with the necessary technical skills. You can't hear me?
Just draw the microphone closer to your mouth.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to state the following. While I appreciate the statement by Senator Professor Tom Ojenda on upgrading Kisumu National Polytechnic to a university, I would also wish that that statement draws us to some of the following concerns, Mr. Speaker, because technical training institutions and national polytechnics are meant to equip young people with technical skills relevant to the job market, Mr. Speaker. But what we have currently, we have achieved the goal of constructing these institutions in the various constituencies and counties. And what I see is a general clamor from the political wing to have many of these institutions in their areas. But we are missing out on a major aspect. These institutions which are providing training are not producing students who can fill the job market. You have a technical institution which is training issues on plumbing. But around those areas, we do not have that market to get these graduates who are coming out of those institutions. So I would wish that as we want some of these institutions get upgraded to university status, we don't miss out the point of meeting societal needs for those areas. Take a case of MSOS Technical Training Institute. The college, they are training on issues to do with dairy farming and how students can preserve dairy products which are actually brought there. But when you compare how many of those students will be absorbed outside, the number is very negligible, and that is a blow especially to the young people who are expecting to get jobs in their different areas of study other than what we actually hoped for. Mr. Speaker, I also want to complete by also supporting the statement by Professor on the issue of funds set aside for road network. Mr. Speaker, like my colleagues have actually mentioned, the biggest enemy that is trying to kill devolution is the National Assembly, and I wish that they put this in their shoes, because we have members who are initially in the National Assembly and now in the Senate. So you might actually be opposing things, thinking at one point you'll not be a member of the Senate, and generally you end up at the Senate and suffer the same frustration, Mr. Speaker. And we do not want to be lamenting about this. Mr. Speaker, we are not going to take it as usual in that we are processing their bills on the issues that are coming from the National Assembly with ease. But anytime we have matters that are touching devolution and protecting the interest of counties, the National Assembly colleagues are sabotaging, Mr. Speaker. So I want to support and urge that all senators agree on this issue in that we carry it as a joint initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sifuna.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to add my voice to what my colleagues have said regarding the statement by Senator Ojienda. As you know, Honorable Speaker, I am a regular user of that road from Kisumu to Busia because that's the route I use to go and see my mother in the rural areas. I branch off at Rodis there and join the road through Emuhaya and Sabatia, then go all the way through Mumias to Bungoma. And Honorable Speaker, the state of that road, especially the space after, or the distance after Maseno, all the way to Busia town, as has been described by my colleagues and by Senator Ojienda, is in very bad shape. Honorable Speaker, allow me to be devil's advocate for two institutions that have been mentioned very adversely here. First, let me attempt to say something positive about the members of the National Assembly, because I was there in Bondo just this weekend, where those pronouncements by the Honorable Raila were made. I remember hearing the leader of minority in the National Assembly, the Honorable Junet Mohammed, saying publicly that they have accepted that in the past they have been an impediment to devolution, and that they were going to change their ways. In fact, he promised that this week there will be resolution of that matter, both of the RMLF and the additional allocation to county governments. So let us give them until the end of the week, my colleagues, because luckily for them, Honorable Speaker, they are members of ODM. And in ODM, we have only very few basic rules that when Mzee Baba says left, you go left. So on this question, on this question of RMLF, Baba has said left, and Honorable Junet has agreed that he's going to take that left turn. We're waiting to see it. On the question of RMLF, I think the Senator for Kitui had called out members of the Council of Governors. I saw that story myself in the news, Honorable Speaker, and they were quoting the governor of Homa Bay, who's chairperson of ODM. In fact, what the governor said is that because of what the National Assembly members had given as an undertaking to deal with the question of RMLF this week and the question of additional allocations, then really they themselves as a Council of Governors were prepared upon those concessions being made by the National Assembly to withdraw that case on RMLF. It was not to say that they were ceding ground. At least that is how I understood it to be. Honorable Speaker, let me just conclude by saying that even here in Nairobi, I was receiving petitions today from residents of Kilimani. They were reminding me of a sporting competition that we used to attend when we were a bit younger, called the Rhino Charge, Honorable Speaker. They are saying Rhino Charge can now be very easily held in Kilimani because of the state of the roads in Kilimani, Honorable Speaker. And therefore that we must raise our voices, but we have said that we need to unlock this question of RMLF. We need these county governments to have funds, but also county governors are hiding behind this RMLF thing because it is not the only source of revenue for county governments. Here in Nairobi, we were told by our governor that we have exceeded, or we have gotten the highest ever on-source revenue of about 12 billion. We should see an allocation of that money going to roads. And also, Honorable Speaker, when he appeared before the Senate Energy Committee, he made a commitment that going forward, every person who applies for a construction license must undertake to return the infrastructure to the same state that they found it. Because, Honorable Speaker, in Kilimani, you repair a road today, the next day, somebody is drilling the foundation for a 20-story building, and the road that you have just repaired the other day is being ruined again because of the heavy trucks that are delivering their construction material. So if that is woven into our licensing regime, that if you are a developer, you must return infrastructure to the same condition that you found it, then I think we will be able to make some progress. Honorable Speaker, as we have said, we as a Senate will defend devolution at all turns. And the threats are many. I was having a conversation with the governor of Murang'a, Honorable Speaker, that the county government of Murang'a, exercising his mandate, because water is a devolved function, decide that they are going to lower rates for the residents of Murang'a. And there is a national government organization called WASREP that tells the governor that you cannot reduce the cost of the tariff of water for your people. It is ridiculous because WASREP themselves, they get money out of every liter that the people of Nairobi pay for. So if you reduce the cost for the people of Nairobi, you reduce the amount that is going to WASREP, which is a national organization that should not even be existing. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we need a wholesome conversation about the state of our roads. We need to unlock the issue of RMLF, but county governors must also now allocate resources to develop roads outside of that RMLF infrastructure. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now, Honorable Senators, we will come back to these statements. I'd wish to rearrange the sequence of today's order paper for the convenience of the House. We proceed to prosecute order number 8, number 9, number 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, yes, up to 15. Thereafter, we will resume normal flow of today's order paper. So before I allow the clerk to call those orders in that sequence, allow me to make this communication. I'd like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, the visiting family members of the first Speaker of the Senate, the late Right Honorable Timothy Chokwe. They are in the Senate. They are in the Senate on a study tour. Honorable Senators, I request each member to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. Ms. Alice Damaris Chokwe, daughter-in-law. Mr. Nimrod Mwakitawa Chokwe, the grandson. And Ms. Maria Nzisa Kioko, the niece. Honorable Senators, on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome and wish them a fruitful visit. I will allow the Senator for Kilifi County under 1 minute to extend some words of welcome.
Asante Mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, kwanza nataka kukuunga mkono ama kukujoin katika makaribisho yako uliowakaribisha ndugu zetu kutoka Kilifi, hususan familia ya Mheshimiwa Chokwe. Tunaelewa kabisa kwamba Chokwe alikuwa Spika wa kwanza wa Senate katika taifa la Kenya. Bwana Spika, hii ni familia ambao kule Kilifi inajulikana sana, na ni familia ambao imejitolea muhanga kuweza kuona ya kwamba watu wa Kilifi pia wamepata haki yao. Bwana Spika, zaidi sana hawa ndugu zetu nafikiria wakiwa wako hapa wamejionea vile Senate inavyofanya kazi, na hatimaye pia wakirudi nyumbani wanaweza kuwa na mambo ambao wanaweza kuwaeleza ndugu zetu wa huko nyumbani. Kwa hiyo mimi nikiwa hapa kama seneta wa Kilifi niwakaribisha na wajihusishe na wajione wako huru, wako mahali ambapo ndugu zao wako. Kwa hiyo karibuni sana ndugu zangu kutoka familia ya Chokwe. Asante Bwana Spika.
Clerk, you may now proceed to call those orders as directed.
Order number 8, motion, report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations and the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on a petition to the Senate by Mr. Laban Omusundi concerning restraining county governments from hiring law firms to represent them in court cases. Order number 9, motion, report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on its inquiry into personal security concerns raised by Honorable Philomena Kepkorir, Deputy Governor of Trans-Nzoia County. Order number 11.
Clerk, just allow us to dispose of those two orders, then we proceed to division. Now, Honorable Senators, if you look at order number 9, debate had been concluded. What was pending was for the chair to put the question, and therefore I'll proceed to put the question. Now, this is a matter that does not concern counties, and therefore, voting shall be by voice. And I'll proceed to put the question on order number 9. That the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations and the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights on the petition to the Senate by Mr. Laban Omusundi concerning restraining county governments from hiring law firms to represent them in court cases, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, the 3rd of April, 2025. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. I will proceed, honorable senators, to put the question on order number 9. Again, the voting on this particular order shall be by voice. That the Senate adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on its inquiry into the allegations on personal security concerns raised by Honorable Philomena Kapkori, the Deputy Governor of Trans Nzoia County, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, the 1st of October, 2024. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Clerk, you may now proceed to call order number 11 all the way to 15.
Order number 11, the Energy Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 42 of 2023, second reading division. Order number 12, the County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 39 of 2023, second reading division. Order number 13, the County Assembly Services Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 34 of 2023, third reading division. Order number 14, the County Assembly's Pension Scheme Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2024, third reading division. Order number 15, the Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 40 of 2022, third reading division.
Now, honorable senators, we are proceeding on division of those orders that have been called. I therefore direct the Sergeant at Arms to ring the division bill for 1 minute. For 1 minute. Sergeant at Arms, you may now proceed to lock the door and draw the bar. Order, Honorable Senator. Senator Boni, kindly take your seat. Lelegwe, Senator, please. The chairperson on roads and transport. Now, Honorable Senators, the orders have already been called out. I will therefore proceed to put the question on order number 11, that the Energy Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 42 of 2023, be now read a third time. Now, Honorable Senators, please just log out and pull out your delegate cards from the units. Now, Sergeant at Arms, just walk around and pick all the unattended cards. Senator Fernandi, can you take your seat or I rule you out of order? Yes, Honorable Senators, you may go back to your seats. Sergeant at Arms, if you are done collecting the unattended cards, let me know. Now, Honorable Senators, you may now log back into your delegate unit and proceed to vote. Senator Lominen, proceed to dispatch and cast your vote. Now, honorable senators, I will now proceed to put the question on order number 12. That is the County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 39 of 2023. Senator Fernandi, take your seat. That the County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 39 of 2023, be now read a third time. You may now proceed to vote. Honorable senators will now proceed to put the question on order number 13. On order number 13. Take your seat, honorable senators, as I proceed to put the question. That the County Assembly Services Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 34 of 2023, be now read a third time. You may now proceed to vote. Order, honorable senators. We'll now move to order number 14. I'll proceed to pull the question. That the County Assembly's Pension Scheme Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2024, be now read as third time. You may now proceed to vote. Final one on division, that is order number 15. I'll proceed to pull the question. That the Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 40 of 2022, be now read a third time. You may now proceed to vote. The following honorable senators should proceed to dispatch and cast their votes: Senator Mundigi Alexander, Senator Lenku, Senator Nyutu, and Senator Kinyo. Honorable Senators, the result of the division on order number on order number 11 is as follows: ayes 27, nays 0, so the ayes have it.
The Energy Amendment Bill 2023, a bill for an act of parliament to amend the Energy Act to make provision for energy purchase agreements and for connected purposes.
The result on the division on order number 12 is as follows: ayes are 27, nays 0, abstention 0, so the ayes have it.
The County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill 2023, third reading, a bill for an act of parliament to amend the County Assembly Services Act and the Public Finance Management Act and for connected purposes.
The result on the division on order number 13 as follows. Ayes as 29, nays 0, abstention 0. So the ayes have it.
The County Assembly Services Amendment Bill 2023, third reading, a bill for an act of parliament to amend the County Assembly Services Act and for connected purposes.
The result on the division on order number 14 is as follows. Ayes 29, nays 0, abstention 0. So the ayes have it.
The County Assembly's Pensions Scheme Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2024, third reading, a bill for an act of parliament to provide for a contributory pension scheme for members of county assemblies, establish a county assembly's pension fund for the payment or granting of pensions or retirement benefits to members of county assemblies and for connected purposes.
The results of the division on order number 15 is as follows. The ayes are 29, nays 0, abstention 0. So the ayes have it.
The Land Amendment Bill 2024, third reading, a bill for an act of parliament to amend the Land Act Cap 280 laws of Kenya.
Sergeant at Arms, you may now open the door and withdraw the bar. Now, honorable senators, we are moving to the committee of the whole. If you look at order number 10, so I beseech you not to leave the chamber so that we dispense with that particular order before we resume normal flow of today's order paper. Clerk, you may proceed to call that order.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole, the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bills number 24 of 2023.
Honorable Senators, we can resume our seats.
We are only putting the question on this committee, so senators not to walk out. On which questions are we putting? Committee of the Whole. Okay. National Disaster.
Hi, how are you? Nilitoka mara vizuri. I've just left Bomet actually. We left Bomet 40 minutes ago. We were in Sambari with Amel, before my MP from Bomet.
Honorable Senators, we will be putting the questions in a few minutes, and I request you not to leave the chamber. It will be a short and precise session. Kindly do not leave the chamber.
The clauses had been canvassed at the sitting held on Tuesday last week. So now what we are just doing is straight to putting of the question. Straight putting of the question. There will be 3, 1, 2, and 3. We don't have. Chairman, you can ring the bell for like...
Honorable Senators, I want to ask those who are outside to resume the chamber, and in the meanwhile, Sergeant at Arms, could you please ring the quorum bell for 3 minutes? Ring the quorum bell for 3 minutes. Senator Karungu Thangwa, Senator Edi, we're just putting the question, and the quorum bell is ringing for 3 minutes. Do not leave the chamber. Sergeant at Arms, please do another 2 more minutes, quorum bell. Sergeant at Arms, another 5 minutes for us to get the quorum. Continue ringing the quorum bell for another 5 minutes.
Well, the members of the Senate are currently considering the National Disaster Risk Management Bill. This is a bill originating from the National Assembly, a bill co-sponsored by the Senate Majority Leader. This is a bill that is under consideration at the Committee of the Whole House stage. And at this point, the senators are going into division on this particular bill. Earlier on, the 10-minute bell rang. However, the 10-minute lapsed, and now there is an extension of 5 minutes. There is a need for the senators to raise the quorum for the division. They will be voting on the bill. This is a bill that seeks to provide for a legal framework for the coordination of disaster risk management activities within the counties, as well as the national government. Allow me to hand you over.
Now, honorable members, we canvassed these amendments in our last sitting, and we will go straight to putting of the questions. The first one is the bill on the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bills number 24 of 2023, divisions. In new clauses, honorable senators, I put the question that new clause 41A, clause 41B, clause 41D, clause 41E, and clause 52A be now read a second time. We will vote electronically, and you proceed to log out. Sergeant at Arms, please collect cards from unattended stations. Let us take away the cards from unattended delegates units. You may now log back in. Log in, honorable senators. Senator Gloria, maintain your cool. You're actually out of order. Please maintain your cool. Now, honorable senators, proceed to vote. Those who've not voted, please vote. We've got 20 seconds to go. Honorable Senator Mohamed Faki, please approach the desk.
He was in. Senator Haji, please proceed to vote from the clerk's desk.
No. I think Senator. No. Was ilifinywa? Ilitolewa. Okay.
We are proceeding to the next vote on clauses with amendments. And honorable senators, I now put the question that clause 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10, 27, 28, 29, 32, 52, and 2, both. This is both the chairs and Senator Chutes. The chairs, that is the chairperson of the committees, as well as Senator Chutes' amendments be amended as proposed. You may proceed to vote now.
Okay. You can put it tomorrow, then I speak to agenda to also be there. Yes. In the afternoon, isn't it? Yes, afternoon. Yeah.
Vipi bana? Mimi nimekuwa kwa mazishi bana from Saturday. Tumekuwa na vitu yako na hapo kuna hapo. Hata niko na nyingine Thursday tena. I'm leaving tomorrow. Will you start for my MP?
Now, lastly, honorable senators, we are going to the last question on all clauses, and I proceed to put the question that clauses 3 as amended, clause 4 as amended, clause 5 and 6 as amended, clause 7 as amended, clause 8 and 9 as amended, clause 10 as amended, clause 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27 as amended, Clause 28 as amended, Clause 29 as amended, Clause 30, 31, and 32 as amended, Clauses 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, and 52 as amended, new Clause 41A, new Clause 41B, new Clause 41C, new Clause 41D, new Clause 41E, new Clause 52A, the schedule, Clause 2 as amended, the title, and Clause 1 be part of the bill. Honorable members, you may now proceed to vote. Senator Kinyua, please approach the chair to be assisted to vote. Honorable members, now these are the results of the three divisions we've just concluded. On the first division, ayes 27, nays 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it. On the second division, honorable members, the results are as follows: ayes 27, nays 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it. And on the third division, honorable senators, the results are as follows: ayes 27, Nays 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it. Now, honorable members, we shall immediately report to the House on the progress of that. And I implore upon you not to leave the chamber because we will be going to third reading of this particular bill. Kindly let us not leave the chamber. Sergeant at Arms, you may open the door and draw the bar. Members, we are proceeding to report the mover of this motion, of the bill, the leader of majority.
Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the National Disaster Management Bill, National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Shall we rise?
Honorable Senators, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson of the committee.
The mic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bills number 24 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Mover. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the said report. I request Senator Rafael Chimera Mwanzigu to second.
My name is Mwinzagu, not Mwinzingu. I second, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Take your seat, Senator Eddy. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2023, be now read a third time. I request the Senator for Vihiga, Senator Godfrey Osotsi, to second.
Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bills number 24 of 2023 be now read a third time. I put the question that the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bills number 24 of 2023 be now read a third time. Sergeant at Arms, please let's ring the bell for 2 minutes.
Well, senators are about to take a vote on the third reading of the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly's Bill number 24 of 2023. This is a bill that the members have concluded its consideration at the committee of the whole house stage, and now the bill is about to go through third reading, and that is a division bell for the members to correct to be able to take a vote on this particular bill at the third reading stage, or for it to be read the third time and complete the whole cycle of the bill. This is a bill that seeks to provide a legal framework. Well, allow me to hand you over.
Please ring the bell for another 5 minutes.
The division bell is still on. Members are expected to correct for the division stage, that is the third reading of the bill, to be done. This is a bill that seeks to provide a legal framework for the coordination of disaster risk management activities. And we shall take a look at some of the proposed amendments or some of the contents of this particular bill. The bill proposes the establishment of the Disaster Risk Management Fund, which shall be administered in accordance with Section 24 of the Public Finance Management Act. The Director General of the authority shall be the administrator of the fund, and the fund shall consist of monies as may be appropriated by the National Assembly, also grants or donations for the purposes of the fund, income generated from the proceeds of the fund, as well as any monies accruing to or received by the fund from any other lawful source. Well, let's listen in.
Stop the bell and lock the doors and draw the bar. Honorable Senators, we are going into division. Please resume your seats. Log out from the console. Log back in. Sergeant at Arms, check for any cards that are not attended to. Honorable Senators, you can start voting. Senator Abbas, please come forward and vote manually. Yes, Senator Abbas. Honorable Senator Chute, resume your seat. Honorable Senators, these are the results of the vote. Ayes 28, nays 0, abstention 0. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to establish the National Disaster Risk Management Authority and county disaster risk management committees, and to provide a legal framework for the coordination of disaster risk management activities and for connected purposes.
Sergeant at Arms, you may draw the bars and open the doors. Senator of Taita Taveta, Senator Morum, if you could please approach the chair. Honorable Senators, we're going to reorganize the sequence of the order paper and proceed to order number 22. And then thereafter, order number 24.
Order number 22, the provision of sanitary towels bill, Senate Bills number 7 of 2024, second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Today, on the 15th of April 2025, 2 years and 3 months after the internationally publicized accident that I had here in Parliament, I am honored to come before you and this House for the second reading of the provision of Sanitary Towels Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, before I make my submissions, I would like to inform the House that I want to do this in honor of Jacqueline Chepngenon, who was a 14-year-old girl who committed suicide after a horrible incident of period shaming, Mr. Speaker. As I was drafting this bill, my thoughts were with the likes of the family of Jacqueline and many others who have actually suffered the severe consequences of period poverty.
Senator Gloria, let me interrupt you. You need to introduce your bill properly by stating that the provision of the Sanitary Towels Bill, Senate Bills number 7 of 2024, be now read a second time, and then proceed to make your submissions.
Thank you, Speaker. I stand guided. The provision of Sanitary Towels Bill 2024. I beg to move that the provision of Sanitary Towels Bill 2024 be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, I want to proceed from where I had started. Today, on this day, Mr. Speaker, it might not seem as a big deal for many people, maybe even for some of my colleagues in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. But in the short period of time as I've served as a senator, Mr. Speaker, and in the maybe 15 years that I've worked in the community service, Mr. Speaker, it is such an honor for me to be able to legislate on this particular pertinent issue of period poverty, Mr. Speaker. I want to take the House through the bill and the public, Mr. Speaker, so that any confusion that was previously witnessed earlier on with the public and with the House, Mr. Speaker, can be clarified with the facts, which is the bill that is before us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the provision of the Sanitary Towels Bill 2024 is a bill and an act of Parliament to provide for the provision of quality, free, and sufficient sanitary towels in public institutions and correctional facilities, establish the Interministerial Committee on Provision of Sanitary Towels, and for the connected purposes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by why we chose this particular name as the provision of Free Sanitary Towels Bill. We had a lot of deliberations and feedback from the public saying that even the name itself is limiting, Mr. Speaker. After deliberating with the legal team and those who have been involved in the space of menstrual equity, Mr. Speaker, we came down to this particular name of the provision of Sanitary Towels Bill to make sure that there is for the avoidance of doubt, no confusion, Mr. Speaker. We had suggestions from the public of people saying that we should call it the provision of menstrual products or provision of menstrual management, Mr. Speaker. But I want to inform the House that many a times we legislate and we create a lot of loopholes and gaps where people are unable to implement the laws that we pass, Mr. Speaker. Menstrual hygiene and menstrual management is not limited to the products that we have. So, Mr. Speaker, if we called it the provision or something to do with menstrual hygiene or management, Mr. Speaker, we would also be talking about certain things such as painkillers, hot water bottles. We will be talking about including in nutrition. So, Mr. Speaker, I was deliberate on this particular title because
what I'm trying to do as a legislator is to compel the government of Kenya to provide sanitary towels to all schoolgirls and all women who are domiciled in the prisons, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we settled for the title of Provision of Free Sanitary Towels Bill. Mr. Speaker, Part 1 of this bill highlights the preliminaries, citing what the Act will be called, that is the provision of sanitary towels. It is also defining certain terminologies such as the committees, cabinet secretaries, sanitary towels, Mr. Speaker, county interdepartmental committees, and secretariat, so that we do not have confusion when we go down to the details of this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we had a huge debate in terms of whether this bill should be domiciled in the Ministry of Education, whether it should be domiciled as an act under the Ministry of Gender. We had so many interventions that this is actually a public health issue, and so this bill should be domiciled under the Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker. Just to give a brief history of what has been happening, is because this pertinent issue does not have a home, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, it is being bounced off from ministry to ministry. It started off as an act under the education laws, Mr. Speaker. And so therefore, for a long period of time, the provision of free sanitary towels was domiciled under the Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker. There have been so many challenges in terms of procurement and distribution under the Ministry of Education, and even in terms of prioritizing who are the vulnerable girls, prioritizing the kind of quality of sanitary towels or products, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, this particular task was then moved by the Kenya Kwanza government to the Ministry of Gender. That is the very recent events. Under the Ministry of Gender, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that the Kenya Kwanza government, if at least there is one thing that we have intentionally done when it comes to the women of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, is that our party leader, when we spoke to him about period poverty, particularly the issue of accessibility to menstrual hygiene products, he was able to move the budget from 265 million Kenya shillings to 1 billion Kenya shillings. So the last financial year, there was 1 billion Kenya shillings that was set aside to procure and distribute sanitary towels to schoolgirls, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my bill proposes that this particular task and the mandate is domiciled under the Ministry of Gender, Mr. Speaker, because as much as this is a health issue, and as much as we are using the Ministry of Education through the schools to distribute these particular products, Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is that menstruation is actually a gender issue, Mr. Speaker. And it is an issue that I believe, if it is domiciled under the Ministry of Gender, then we'll be able to collaborate with the other partner ministries such as health and education to be able to execute the mandate of provision of free sanitary towels to all schoolgirls and women in prisons, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, this bill proposes that, contrary to what has been happening, which is bouncing off the finances from the Ministry of Education, then to the Ministry of Gender, and recently, Mr. Speaker, I know that this is not a popular bill to the members of the National Assembly, and particularly the women, Mr. Speaker, because recently, when there were challenges in terms of procurement and distribution of sanitary towels from the mother ministry, that is the Ministry of Gender, Mr. Speaker, I am aware that there have been conversations to move that particular fund to the women rep kitty, such that it is the women reps who are going to procure and distribute, Mr. Speaker. I want to be very honest to Kenyans that I do anticipate that the National Assembly might shoot down this bill, but I also want to be transparent so that they can understand if it is shot down. It is not because it is a bad thing to distribute and give pads to vulnerable girls, but it is because there is a kitty here that we have had fights between the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Gender, and now it has fallen on the laps of the women reps, and I do hope and I compel them that when this bill, if at all it gets to the National Assembly, that they put their interests aside as women reps and be able to look at the bigger picture of devolving, because that is what this bill is proposing, of devolving this particular mandate down to county committees who will be dealing on a grassroots level with the vulnerable women and the distribution of whichever products that the grassroots people would like to use in terms of menstrual hygiene. So, Mr. Speaker, I, in this bill, propose that it is domiciled under the Ministry of Gender, and it is actually executed in terms of procurement of the products, in terms of monitoring and evaluation, in terms of distribution. These things be done at the grassroots level by the people that we call champions of period equity, who exist everywhere on the grassroots level, Mr. Speaker. What I'm trying to say in this point, the long short of it is time that we stopped doing things in Nairobi and expecting that everyone in the grassroots is okay with what we are doing in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. I am trying to take this fund to the grassroots so that the people of the grassroots can be able to tell you, here in our county, we are not really interested in disposable sanitary pads. Here in our county, we are interested in reusable, for example. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to put that clarity out. Mr. Speaker, my bill proposes, and that is part 2, on the administration and provision of sanitary towels. My bill proposes that there's going to be an interministerial committee on the provision of sanitary towels. The question has been, why so many committees, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, in the past, we have witnessed that when you take these funds that have been there and you domicile, for instance, in the Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker, whatever frameworks had been put in place to execute the provision and distribution of free sanitary towels then falls squarely on the individuals who are in that particular ministry. Let me give an example. In the Ministry of Education, when they were running this fund, Mr. Speaker, it was a desk officer who has got no information in terms of period poverty, who has got no statistics in terms of which schools have more vulnerable girls or not, who has got no information in terms of how to deal with period poverty or menstrual equity on a 360 basis. But it was that desk officer who would then look at the database of all the schools of their region, and by way of deciding, either by, oh, I know this MP or I know that MP, the desk officer will then say, this year, I think let me give sanitary pads to this school or that school. There was no thought process around it, Mr. Speaker. So you find that government was actually putting 265 million, sometimes 400 million, towards purchasing of sanitary pads, but a desk officer would then decide who would be the beneficiary of that. Someone who does not have the skill set, who does not have the information, who is actually not even keen on that particular matter, they would then be able to distribute through their own channels in terms of the Ministry of Education distribution framework. So, Mr. Speaker, if at all there was any monitoring and evaluation, these are some of the reasons why, as much as we've been pumping money into distribution of sanitary pads, we actually do not have the desired impact that we should have. So, Mr. Speaker, the establishment of the Interministerial Committee on provision of sanitary towels is to ensure that any stakeholder who's interacting with these funds that have been provided for sanitary towels would then be able, in line with the menstrual hygiene management policy that we have in Kenya, Mr. Speaker, would be able to make a decision that is beneficial to the end user, who is supposed to be the vulnerable girl and the vulnerable woman, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to quickly take through the House and the public on what this committee looks like, it is a committee that will comprise of, the committee shall be a body corporate with a perpetual succession and a common seal, and shall in its corporate name be capable of, number one, taking legal responsibility. They can be sued and they can sue. Number two, purchase or otherwise acquiring, holding, charging, borrowing and lending money, doing or performing all other things or acts necessary for the proper performance of its function. Mr. Speaker, the committee, this interministerial committee, Mr. Speaker, shall comprise of a chairperson, the principal secretary responsible of gender or their representative who's designated in writing, the principal secretary responsible for basic education or their representative designated in writing. Mr. Speaker, we had a proposal of the principal secretary responsible for finance or their representative designated in writing. When you reach E, we have the principal secretary responsible for correctional facilities or their representative designated in writing. Mr. Speaker, after thorough public participation and feedback being absorbed, when you look at F and G, F was a proposal to have the principal secretary responsible for higher education or their representatives designated in writing, as well as the principal secretary responsible for vocational and technical training or their representative designated in writing. After thorough public participation, there was an opinion that we absorbed that as much as an interministerial committee is needed, it needs to be lean so that we can be able to go in line with the austerity measures. And so therefore, F and G will come back to the floor of the House, hopefully through an amendment to remove F and G. So Mr. Speaker, H was the principal secretary responsible for public health or their representative designated in writing. Mr. Speaker, also through the proposal of making the committees lean and moving the membership from a number of 14 to 9, Mr. Speaker, I, J, and K is an amendment that we hope to come to the floor of the House and say that we remove it because we had proposed the Attorney General. We had also proposed the chairperson of the National Gender and Equality Commission. We had proposed as well the Director General for Health or their representative. And while we were looking at the mandate of this committee, it was clear that these three particular seats were well represented in terms of those who are above there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of pushback in terms of the committee because there was not any clarity of who are these committee members who are going to sit in this particular committee, Mr. Speaker. When you look at L, what we are proposing, what I am proposing, Mr. Speaker, is that we have 3 persons not being from a public office, Mr. Speaker. 1 shall be nominated by the Council of the County Governors, Mr. Speaker. 1 shall be nominated by a public benefit organization concerned with matters related to gender, and 1 shall be nominated by the umbrella body representing the largest number of organizations in the private sector, Mr. Speaker. Why did I come to this conclusion? Mr. Speaker, I have been a champion of menstrual hygiene, I think since as far back as 2007, Mr. Speaker. It is only in the last 3 years that perhaps my work has come to the limelight due to the position that I hold as a senator in the Senate of Kenya, the upper house, Mr. Speaker. But I have to say that there have been many other champions who have really gone down to the grassroots, who have done the heavy lifting, Mr. Speaker, who have for more than 10 years, if not longer, Mr. Speaker, who have really carried that mantle and ensured that the fight to end period poverty does not die out, Mr. Speaker. When I was legislating and proposing these intergovernmental committees, Mr. Speaker, it is of my opinion that when we go wrong, it is because perhaps we are in the church and we are a group of church choirs and we are preaching to the choir, Mr. Speaker. So these particular provisions in L, that is the nominee from the Council of County Governors, the nominee from by a public benefit organization, and that from an umbrella body representing the largest number of organizations, it is my opinion that these menstrual equity champions and ambassadors find the opportunity to be absorbed within these committees here, Mr. Speaker. I am seeing Senator Chimera wondering, what is she talking about? Who is a menstrual equity champion or things like that, Mr. Speaker? These are people who, before you even knew about period poverty, have been working in the grassroots to make sure that all women and girls are able to menstruate with dignity and have access to menstrual hygiene products, Mr. Speaker. If you may allow me, Mr. Speaker, I can name a few of them. We have a very passionate lady out there called Mamake Bobo, Mr. Speaker. You might not know her by name, but she has been championing what we call period parties since before I was probably in Senate, Mr. Speaker. A period party is where you send your daughters who want to be educated on menstrual hygiene, on sexual reproductive health and rights, and they are told this is how, you know, you carry yourself, this is what is required of you in case this happened, what to do. Basically, they are sensitized on what is happening to their bodies and how they should be able to manage themselves, Mr. Speaker. This lady has been organizing what we call period parties, and in those parties, schools have been sending young girls to be educated on what they need to do to be able to manage their menstruation. Mr. Speaker, we have the likes of Janet Mbugwa, who through her initiative has done the same. We have the likes of Njeri Wamwigwi, who actually is taking care of a couple of women, actually a number of women in these safe houses who are unfortunately having to flee from gender-based violence, Mr. Speaker, and she also does a lot of work around menstrual equity. But Mr. Speaker, it's not only women who've been doing this, Mr. Speaker. We have a man, a young man. He actually operates by the name The Period Man, Mr. Speaker. This is the opportunity that I feel as a legislator, those champions can be absorbed so that they can be able to help move this country to a point where we have dealt with period poverty to conclusion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I proceed, it is important to know that the Cabinet Secretary has some mandates there, and it has been outlined that the Cabinet Secretary shall appoint the chairpersons and the members of the committee in subsection 1.1 by way of notice of Gazette, Mr. Speaker. I want to point out that the members of the committee shall be appointed at different times so that the respective expiry dates of their terms of office shall fall in different times, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because we have had a problem with sustainability of programs, such that the moment the timeline of the members of a committee lapses, Mr. Speaker, what happens is that even the pending projects or the pending work are also thrown out together with their term, Mr. Speaker. This is to ensure that we promote sustainability of all the activities within this committee. So I wanted to highlight that to the House and to the public, that that is one thing that I have stipulated in this bill. Mr. Speaker, I also want to highlight that in item 6, where we are describing the qualifications of the appointment of the chairperson, Mr. Speaker, if you go to C, we are saying that this chairperson must at least at the bare minimum have 10 years working experience in a gender-related field. Why, Mr. Speaker? There is an assumption that as long as you're talking matters gender, you don't need any qualifications, Mr. Speaker. In fact, there is now an assumption that anyone can run matters gender, Mr. Speaker. The assumption is that anyone can even be a cabinet secretary for gender, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is why we have had a lot of problems in terms of procurement and distribution of sanitary pads. Because we are having actors who are not understanding what we are trying to do, Mr. Speaker. We are having people within that space who think that what we are distributing has got no repercussion whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, may I dare say that many of the problems that we have in this country, including femicide, Mr. Speaker, are actually driven by the lack of access to menstrual hygiene products, Mr. Speaker. We always talk about teenage pregnancies, young mothers. We have Senator Miraj legislating on child parents, Mr. Speaker. Why are these things happening? Nobody goes behind the scenes to understand why are we having so many teenage parents, Mr. Speaker. So when I particularly drew out that line that the chairperson of this committee must have at least 10 years of working experience in the gender-related field, Mr. Speaker, is because we no longer want to take chances by experimenting or holding the hands of people who have got no experience and have got no idea what we are trying to do, Mr. Speaker. Period poverty is a bigger issue than many may think. It affects the economy. It affects our GDP, Mr. Speaker. If I had more time, I would come down with the numbers in terms of how missing classes actually translates to the success rates of our children in school. I would actually put out how access to menstrual hygiene products or lack of it affects even simple activities such as market days where women are unable to carry out their business, Mr. Speaker. So this is not an issue that just affects women. This is an issue that affects women, but in the long run affects the entire society, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, because of that, there is a stipulation that we have 10 years, at least 10 years working experience for the chair who will be nominated, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on point 7, we have in particular, and without prejudice to the generality of the power conferred under subsection 1, Mr. Speaker, this committee, now this, we are talking about the mandate of this committee, Mr. Speaker. One of the mandates that I want to put out here clearly is that this is a committee that will manage, control, and administer the assets of the committee. In terms of procurement and distribution, Mr. Speaker, we have in the past domiciled this fund in a ministry. The ministry decides by way of the Procurement Act 2015 without any deliberations of the impact or the end results that is desired. They say we are going to buy a certain number of pads, Mr. Speaker. I was even asking and wondering who decides the sizes, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if you're aware, Mr. Speaker, but sanitary pads also have sizes. So when we were going into these details, I said, okay, the ministry is purchasing these things. So who sits down and decides we are going to buy this size or that size, this quality or that quality, reusable or not reusable, tampons or no tampons? Now we have menstrual cups or no menstrual cups. Who decides? It is assumed that it is a one-size-fits-all, Mr. Speaker, that it is a one product is good for all, Mr. Speaker. That is the wrong assumption. So, Mr. Speaker, what we are trying to do, first of all, is in very simple terms, is to be able to go in and say, this money that you're giving, this is how we should spend it so that we can have maximum impact. So, Mr. Speaker, that committee will go into managing, controlling, and administering the distribution of pads to curb all the current challenges that we are having, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll just quickly brush through what the committee shall do, Mr. Speaker. It shall also advise the government on the provision of sanitary towels in terms of priority areas, the vulnerable schools, restrictions in terms of the product, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we also have a point here that I wanted to highlight is that in 8C, I am saying that this committee shall provide free, sufficient, and quality sanitary towels to every woman employed by or studying in a public institution and to every woman who is in the custody of a correctional facility, Mr. Speaker. Keywords: sufficient, Mr. Speaker. What is sufficient, Mr. Speaker? That is the question. Right now, there is an assumption that if the Ministry of Gender goes into a school and gives every girl one packet for the year, they have carried out their mandate, Mr. Speaker. It cannot be. One packet has 8 sanitary towels, Mr. Speaker. We bleed every month. Every single month, there is a girl having her period, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, if you're giving one packet with 8 pieces of sanitary towels, I don't know what the assumption is because there are 12 months in the year. And so when we are talking about shall provide sufficient, we are talking about understand that periods happen every month, understand that every other month that girl will require at the bare minimum 8 pieces of the sanitary towels. Mr. Speaker, when we are talking about quality of the sanitary towels, we have had so many incidences where a majority of our girls are suffering infections, Mr. Speaker. So you have vulnerable girls who have no access to sanitary towels. A donor or someone donates or gives or they buy a poor quality of sanitary towel, Mr. Speaker, because that is what they have. They use it. Before you know it, within a week or 2, they are suffering UTIs, Mr. Speaker. Now they have to start dealing with access to a medical facility, to a gynecologist. Now they have to start dealing with money to be able to treat that infection. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because someone somewhere in government thought that as long as you give money and you tell that guy to purchase pads, then we are good, Mr. Speaker. So this bill is trying to mitigate the gaps that have been over the years, the reason why we have not had a high impact in terms of that particular program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of the House and of the public to item 8D, where we have the committee shall, in consultation with county governments, provide a safe and environmentally friendly mechanism for the disposal of sanitary towels, Mr. Speaker. I can bet you, Mr. Speaker, of all the gentlemen sitting in the Senate, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 might be able to give you a clear roadmap of how used sanitary towels or used menstrual hygiene products are disposed of, Mr. Speaker. Yet, we are dealing with millions of pieces of plastic because a majority of these things are plastic, Mr. Speaker. So this committee is also mandated to make sure that there is an environmentally safe plan to dispose of these menstrual hygiene products. Mr. Speaker, as I go off the cuff a little bit, I want to say, one of the things that I've been wondering is, we don't have any regulations in terms of disposing of menstrual. Actually, we don't have any regulations in terms of menstrual hygiene. Mr. Speaker, we have an act, an education act, an act which is anchored in the education laws, Mr. Speaker, that touches on sanitary pads. Therefore, I've been wondering, all these cabinet secretaries in the past and in the present, none of them have actually tabled a regulation to be able to tell us, in that space, what do we need to regulate, Mr. Speaker? Why do I say that? Mr. Speaker, sometimes you go to institutions that has thousands of women, all of them bleeding, all of them having their periods every month, Mr. Speaker, and you find that in that institution, whether a school, whether it is a factory, Mr. Speaker, we heard of the case of the other factory where someone was punished because they threw a used sanitary pad in the wrong bin. All of these institutions should be compelled to be able to dispose of their menstrual hygiene products in a manner that is safe and environmentally friendly, Mr. Speaker. We are in 2025, and I have not seen a regulation compelling schools to be able, through the Ministry of Education, to procure and have incinerators that are environmentally friendly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have cases in schools at the grassroots where the girls themselves are forced to interact with all these bulks of used sanitary pads, and they are forced to go out to the field to burn them because there is no proper disposal mechanism under any regulation, Mr. Speaker. So as you can see, this is an area that has not been legislated per se. And this is an area that, as much as we think it does not affect us, Mr. Speaker, I have seen people going for the climate workshops and the climate global conferences and everything, but I don't hear them talking about the thousands of plastics in terms of sanitary pads or menstrual hygiene products and what we are doing with them, Mr. Speaker. So that is one of the mandates that is outlined there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in terms of monitoring and evaluation, we have never had a monitoring and evaluation in terms of this program. We have spent millions and millions of money over the years. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, I have asked for an M&E report from the Ministry of Education, from the Ministry of Gender, from the Ministry of Health even, so that I can be able to understand, by the time we started distributing pads, how far have we come, Mr. Speaker? What are the gains we have made? What are the challenges? Mr. Speaker, there's no monitoring and evaluation program. Can you imagine? We are spending 1 billion Kenya shillings in a program with no monitoring and evaluation. Mr. Speaker, that is one of the mandates that I have put for this particular committee. Mr. Speaker, as I highlight some of the, let me say, issues that were highly discussed in the public participation, I want to particularly touch on the biggest challenge that we have had in this program, Mr. Speaker. There has been a lot of theft, Mr. Speaker. When I say theft, this is what I mean. You have a budget, it's supposed to be used to procure sanitary pads. In the past, Mr. Speaker, and I stand corrected in this floor, but based on my findings, in the past, when the budget was domiciled in the Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker, it was actually ring-fenced around a budget line item called general supplies, Mr. Speaker. So when you tell the women of Kenya that I'm giving you money for sanitary pads so that we can deal with this issue of period poverty, but at the same time, you're telling them, I don't want to ring fence it under menstrual hygiene products. I'm saying this money for general supplies can be used for sanitary pads. So, Mr. Speaker, the theft I'm talking about is that you are aware, as a cabinet secretary, as an accounting officer, as a member of that ministry in terms of an officer, you are aware that that budget is for sanitary pads. But more often than not in the past, Mr. Speaker, you find that because it is listed as general supplies, that is the same money that is used for A or B, any other business within that ministry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they would then find justifications to say that in any case we have distributed, let's say, 300,000 pads and maybe they don't need the other pads, Mr. Speaker. As the women of Kenya, we have always been sidelined when it comes to gender-sensitive budgeting, Mr. Speaker. So when I talk of theft, I am also talking about theft within the budget allocation, theft within the spending of money that is supposed to be for sanitary pads and now is being rerouted to do other things, Mr. Speaker. When I also talk of theft, Mr. Speaker, in the last financial year, after we fought, Mr. Speaker, and I personally told the president that we bleed and we need more money, Mr. Speaker, and he actually agreed and lobbied the National Assembly and all other actors in terms of budget allocation. And we got 1 billion Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker. To date, there is no clarity on how this 1 billion in totality was spent, Mr. Speaker. I have brought a statement at the floor of the House asking the accounting officer of that Ministry of Gender that was handling this money to give us clarity, to give us a transparency in terms of the money came in like this is how we spend it, this is how we distribute it, these are the number of people or beneficiaries that we have, Mr. Speaker. We got a very sketchy response, Mr. Speaker, and that is also another area that I want to say. I want to legislate and go down in the history of this country that for the first time, on a matter that deals with women and particularly girls, vulnerable girls, Mr. Speaker, we are choosing to legislate to end that theft in terms of budget allocation, budget expenditure, and even the distribution of whatever items that are bought for these beneficiaries who are in the grassroots, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to now get into my conclusion. There was worry that by creating a county-level interdepartmental committee, that we are just trying to create positions for Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. I have had many arguments with people, Mr. Speaker, in Parliament, outside Parliament, in my family sittings, you know, with friends, with foes, and I asked them, okay, you people don't want this bill because it is creating another committee on the county level, Mr. Speaker. So how do you want to ensure that the money is actually appropriated to the beneficial that it was intended for, Mr. Speaker? And someone came up with a suggestion and said, but bursary is given. Since bursary is given to every student, why don't they just map out the girls and add the money for the pads into the bursary so that it can go to the girls and the girls can use the money to buy pads, Mr. Speaker? In this house, let us be honest with each other. Who does the bursary go to, Mr. Speaker? The bursary goes to the parent. More often than not, the bursary goes to the father. More often than not, the father will decide this bursary has come, this is how we are going to do, Mr. Speaker. Even if it goes to the mother, Mr. Speaker, most of these households, and that is why I have run a campaign over the last 3 years, most of these households have decided that there should be a lot of shaming around menstruation. So therefore you find that even some of the members of both parliaments, the Senate and the National Assembly, when their daughters or their nieces, they are coming to them saying, please, can I have 500 shillings for my personal use? They start telling them, what personal use? Why do you need 500 shillings? Mr. Speaker, we all know very well, unless the government of Kenya is actually procuring that sanitary towel and giving it down to the beneficial, if you are going to now give money that is intended to buy sanitary towels to a father or a mother, Mr. Speaker, we are just going to be going around in circles because we all know in these tough economic times, Some other items will be prioritized more than this sanitary towel, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, my thinking and the proposal of this bill was that the actual items, which is the sanitary pads, be bought. Who is going to buy the pads? Who will decide which pads to be bought? It is not someone sitting in the Ministry of Gender here in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, but it is a committee on the grassroots level, Mr. Speaker. I come from Kisii County, Bobasi constituency. We have 8 wards, Mr. Speaker. Down on the ward level, at bare minimum, there will be a representation of those wards, Mr. Speaker, in that committee. And in that committee, Mr. Speaker, there'll be a champion on the grassroots level who will be able to come and say, okay, I've been championing, I've been going around in this constituency, and these are the pain points. These are the vulnerable schools, Mr. Speaker. On county level is also where a county will be able to tell you that we are not interested in purchasing those imported Chinese products, Mr. Speaker. It is on county level. If you go to some of these counties, they have a high uptake of such items such as locally made reusable sanitary towels. But when you come to the ministry level on a national platform, there is no way you are going to convince the ministry that now we are going to start purchasing reusable pads. How? The stakeholders and the players on a national level will actually argue out that it is nothing, it is too complicated, Mr. Speaker. So what this bill is actually trying to do is to take the powers from the national level and tell them, okay, on national level, you sit, you deliberate, you give monies to the different counties and these committees on the different counties. But on the county level, Mr. Speaker, it is those members of that county committee who then sit and say, in Kisii County, we are no longer going to allow such and such product because we have done our research and that product is actually causing infections. So in Kisii County, we are going to procure A, B, C, D, Mr. Speaker. Right now, there is no flexibility for the end user to pick what is procured, to pick the sizes or whatnot, to pick the quality of what is being There is even no influence on the grassroots level for those in the grassroots to tell you that all of us probably are vulnerable in terms of access to menstrual hygiene products, but there's this particular school that is beyond vulnerable, and maybe we should prioritize that school because of the budgetary limitations, Mr. Speaker. That is what this bill is trying to do, to devolve this particular program down to the beneficiaries so that the beneficiaries feel the impact of a government program, Mr. Speaker, and they can be able to then attest and say that government is actually intentionally ending period poverty. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying there was an argument about whether I should be the one to propose and table this bill in the Senate, the upper house, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, when people have already seen that your intention is for the people, and your intention is to move a budget from here to there, and your intention is to seal the loopholes that are encouraging corruption, including the distribution loopholes, Mr. Speaker, the first thing they will say is, but she cannot move that bill in the Senate because it's a money bill, Mr. Speaker. I have challenged many people. Is there a bill in both houses that does not speak or touch on resources, Mr. Speaker? More often than not, all the bills, in one way or another, will touch on resources or speak on resources, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not trying to take away the mandate of the National Assembly, which is about allocating monies and the whole budgetary mandates that they have as a National Assembly, Mr. Speaker. That is why on Part 3, on the financial provisions, I am saying, Part 3.16a, the funds of the committee shall comprise of, 1, monies that are appropriated by the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker. 2, such monies as may accrue to or vest in the committee in the course of the exercise of its power or the performance of its function under this act. And 3, all monies from any other source provided for donations or lent to the committee, Mr. Speaker. This will also give us reprieve. Some of us champions who are out in the field trying to convince donors to come and, help in the initiatives that we are, Mr. Speaker. We will now have a proper channel, a proper framework on the county level to be able to say, I'm working with the county committee that deals with provision of free sanitary towels, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say in this House, I have had many international non-governmental organizations come to my office and tell me that they are looking for ways to fund the government of Kenya to the tunes of billions, money that is particularly ring-fenced for provision of free sanitary towels, Mr. Speaker. But their biggest problem and their biggest challenge has been, we are not sure if we put it in the Ministry of Gender or Education or Health, whether it will actually go down to buying sanitary towels, Mr. Speaker. They always say that we lack a framework. They always say that we lack monitoring and evaluation, Mr. Speaker. They always say that we lack that goodwill from a government initiative for us to be able to say that we are going to put in 10 billion or whatever it is that they're putting, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you will note, and if the House can allow me to just draw a reference, the moment the Ministry of Gender was able to create a proper framework for ending female genital mutilation through the anti-FGM board, Mr. Speaker, the international donors, they had faith and they had the trust and the belief that now finally through this framework, we can be able to channel our money to end FGM, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of us who have had experience and are in the field of gender mainstreaming and gender-related programs, Mr. Speaker, we will tell you, sometimes even by the pronunciations of politicians or leaders or nominees, Mr. Speaker, you find that the budgets that were being proposed by donors or the international community or partners of the government suddenly are withdrawn, Mr. Speaker. So it is not rocket science that if we do not have a framework, we are not actually encouraging funding to come in to assist us in different programs, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to clarify that I am not, through this bill, I am not encroaching in the mandate of the National Assembly, which is to legislate on money bills. But what I'm trying to say is, as they will, if this bill passes, when they are doing the budgeting, Mr. Speaker, they will then be able to consider how much money will they be allocating towards provision of free sanitary towels to all schoolgirls, Mr. Speaker, and women in prisons. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by thanking all the members of this House. Mr. Speaker, they have been very supportive. Even when they have been opposing, they don't know they have been supportive, because as they oppose, I then go and think about what their worries are or what their thoughts are, and then I have been refining this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank this House for supporting me, Mr. Speaker. I want to also thank our legal department, Mr. Speaker, with the leadership of Dr. Okello, for assisting me to understand why certain bills are drafted in a manner, and also just shed some light in terms of legislative procedures and things like that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the many followers in the public space, particularly on social media, who every day, either through way of sarcasm or banter, have been pushing this agenda in terms of ending period poverty, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've gotten a lot of backlash in terms of all the billboards that I have in the city in terms of ending period poverty. And I want to say that it is not about the billboard, Mr. Speaker. Those billboards have brought in thousands of donations in terms of sanitary towels, Mr. Speaker. Every single time you pass in that billboard, and I'm sure, Speaker, that when you pass there, you look and then you remember, I have to buy sanitary pads for my daughters or my nieces. I am sure even Senator Sifuna, every time he sees that billboard, he remembers that there's something he has to do in terms of budgeting, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I even know that some of the members in this House, it is by way of communication that they now finally got to understand what is period poverty. And then, you know, they would do some research and they would understand what we are trying to fight for. So, again, I want to thank my donors, all of them who have been very supportive, Mr. Speaker, as finally today, which to me is a very historical day, Mr. Speaker, and in honor of Jacqueline Chepngeno, as I second this bill, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it has been a journey. I continue to walk the journey. I continue to stay strong, Mr. Speaker. And I want to conclude by calling a champion of women, Mr. Speaker, a champion of women out here, Mr. Speaker, to support. Mr. Speaker, I have many seconders. I don't know how we are going to do this. All the men want to second this bill, Mr. Speaker, but I'll pick one. I'll pick one, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by calling the champion of women who has literally begged me that he would like to second this bill, and Senator Cherargei to come and help me second this bill and support the women of Kenya in this legislative agenda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Cherargei, before you second, there's a communication from the chair. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge in the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting 2 lectures and 55 third-year Bachelor of Arts in Political Science and Public Administration and Bachelor of Arts in Phenology, Correction and Administration students from the Bomet University College in Bomet County. The delegation is in the Senate for 1-day academic exposure. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Senator Cherargei, would you, just one moment, we also have another delegation. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting 2 lecturers and 23 students from the Pwani University in Kilifi County. The delegation is in the Senate for 1-day academic exposure. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. Senator Cherargei, you may take the opportunity to welcome the senators from Bomet County. And Senator Cherargei, since you're going to second, we'll ask you to welcome Bomet later. Let us have Senator Chimera welcome the students from Kilifi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me just be brief in my welcoming remarks. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the students from Pwani University, Kilifi County. You have a unique opportunity to learn what the Senate is all about, what we do here. And I also want to encourage you that some of us have been where you are today, and we never got a chance to be able to visit certain institutions like the Senate, the Parliament, to be able to see and appreciate the kind of work that we do as senators. Otherwise, welcome to the Senate, learn as much as possible, and I hope to see some of you in future occupying this space in the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cherargei.
Mr. Speaker, as I rise to second this bill of sanitary provision, I want to extend your indulgence a warm welcome to the students from Bomet University. I think they should know that this is the House of Legislation, Representation and Oversight. Your senator was here, but since you are aware the president was in your county, I think he has been captured with exigencies of duty. But feel welcome. Also from Kilifi. I hope to see you in leadership in future. This is your country. You must be the leaders of today, not tomorrow. And I hope in 2027 some of you can contest on some of these seats, except the presidency. Then you can join us in this house or in governor or MCA. Yeah, the presidency is taken, so that's what I wanted to say. Mr. Speaker, as I rise to second this very important bill, the provision of sanitary towels bill 2024, I'll be very brief. They say the soul of wit is the brevity. The Speaker, let me just build a small background of why period poverty and period shaming should be a thing of the past in our learning institutions and correctional facilities. Madam Speaker, I note the change on the Speaker's seat. As I rise to second this bill, the provision of sanitary towels Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, as men, we must be champions of pushing to end of period shaming and period poverty in this country. Mr. Speaker, it should be the basics of many girls going to school. Mr. Speaker, are you aware every month, Mr. Speaker, our girls in both from lower level to secondary schools miss 2 to 3 to 4 days in a month without attending the academic programs, Madam Speaker. It is very important that we understand this. The reason this matter has grown the attention of the country is because while our boys are going to school, 3 to 4 days, our girls are missing because of issues of the issues of monthly periods, Madam Speaker. And therefore, as a country, we must give an attention. And you remember, Madam Speaker, in 2020, we were able to launch menstrual hygiene management policy paper by government. And some of these agendas was proper funding, proper attention that needs to be given, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the sad reality is that 65% of our women lack basic necessities to manage their periods. And these are facts that USAID, United Nations, the one that was subsidized by Donald Trump, Madam Speaker, cannot afford, Madam Speaker. And therefore, 2 out of 3 Kenyan women are unable to afford the sanitary pads, and that is where now you find issues where sex in exchange of sanitary pads, and it is common, where girls are giving up their bodies, they are being used as sex objects so that they can be able to afford a sanitary pad for that month, Madam Speaker. And it's very tragic, because it's what we call about period poverty or period shaming, Madam Speaker. We need also to involve the boy child to be part, because some of the girls, when they start menstruation, Madam Speaker, in their primary school, sometimes the young boys and the society frown upon them, and that goes even the girl that committed suicide out of that period shaming. And I think, Madam Speaker, it's very important. And an average of 1 million girls in this country, as I've indicated, out of 3 to 4 days, they are missing academic days per month, unlike their boy child, who are able to attend throughout the month. And Madam Speaker, this should not mean that they are sick, but it is something that, that it is natural, and therefore the attention of the country should be drawn. Madam Speaker, on the issues of budgeting, we have seen pull and push by the Ministry of Gender and Ministry of Education. As we talk today, no one, Madam Speaker, in the appropriation of budgeting, no one can say today that, Madam Speaker, in the appropriation or budgeting, that it should be within the Ministry of Education or Ministry of Gender, Madam Speaker. And therefore, in budget making, I want just to build the picture so that our people, the House understands. In the financial year in 2022-2023, the government pushed an appropriation of 940 million to be allocated in purchase of sanitary pads in our public institutions, especially the schools. Madam Speaker, this was double the previous financial year, where in financial year of 2022-2023, 470 million was allocated. Madam Speaker, in the financial year of 2024-2025, this amount tripled to buy sanitary pads for our school-going children across the country and in public institutions, including correctional facilities, Madam Speaker. So looking at 940 million, 470 million, even in this financial year, Madam Speaker, 4 months into the financial year, the Ministry of Education and Gender had not yet supplied sanitary pads to our learning institutions and collectoral facilities. Madam Speaker, and that is why I want to challenge National Assembly. I know the Secretary General of ODM has said we wait for them to do what His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga directed them they do. But this is the work they should be doing. This is the money they appropriate. They appropriated in 2 financial years only. I'm using these almost 1.something billion Kenyan shillings. No one has audited this amount, Madam Speaker. The National Assembly must be called out for incompetence. This is the oversight they should be doing instead of encroaching into the devolved function, like road maintenance levy fund of 11 billion, Madam Speaker. The National Assembly must be called off for being inept, for being moribund, and ineffective on the oversight of public funds, such as money that was appropriated to the Madam Speaker, to the purchase in their own budget, which we appropriate as a parliament. Madam Speaker, when you look under Article 114 of Constitution on money bill and budget-making process, Madam Speaker, is the work and domain of parliament. It is not an exclusive function of National Assembly. And we have legislated up to Supreme Court, beginning in the petition of 2013, when National Assembly then wanted to lock out Senate in division of revenue. We have litigated this matter, and it has shown, and even courts have ruled, that budget-making process is the work of Parliament. Parliament under Article 93 is both the Senate and National Assembly. And therefore, Madam Speaker, this 940 million, 470 million that had been allocated to the purchase of sanitary pads cannot be accounted for. And that is why we are telling National Assembly, instead of encouraging to devolve functions, building markets, using NCGCDF, giving out bursary, they should be oversighting. And for the first time, I want to agree unequivocally with the Prime Minister Raila Odinga when he says, as members of Parliament, we should restrict ourselves as per Article 94 and 96, where we are doing representation, legislation, oversight, and budget-making process, including division of revenue to our counties. That is how we'll be inefficient. Madam Speaker, you cannot be your judge in your own case. You cannot have your cake and eat it, Madam Speaker. And therefore, the National Assembly should stop its bulldozing and twisting in terms of oversight, Madam Speaker. And therefore, as I second this bill, which is very critical in our function, Madam Speaker, I want to tell Madam Speaker, you know they say, when a lizard wants to wear a trouser, it should choose which tail it will ensure that it wears the trouser, Madam Speaker. And I'm asking the National Assembly, and I'm happy the ODM SG and Senator of Nairobi called out the minority leader the other day in Bondo. And that was brave of him. I think I've never been proud of Senator Sifuna until that day when he called out the pretense, because even we had agreed that out of this issue, the equitable shareable revenue of 4 trillion national budget, 450 billion was to go to counties. But they went and substituted 0 to come to 4 or 5 billion. And therefore, we need to agree, Madam Speaker, because that is what the Deputy Minority Whip was arguing about, and we must agree. So therefore, I want to challenge the National Assembly that when a lizard wants to wear a trouser, it must choose which side of the trouser the tail should go, Madam Speaker. Let me just quickly run through the bill. Madam Speaker, I've heard the move of the bill, my sister, which is she's doing a good work because he's promoting menstrual hygiene, the issue of sanitary provision to public facilities, Madam Speaker. Under Article 249, sub-Article 3, Parliament is supposed to appropriate funds to independent officers and commission. It doesn't say National Assembly. And I want to invite colleagues to read Article 249 of the Constitution, sub-Article 3, that says, Parliament shall allocate adequate funds to enable each commission and independent office to perform its function, and the budget of each commission and independent office shall be a separate vote. So it does not say National Assembly. So the argument of money bill as under Article 114 and looking at Article 249, sub-Article 3, does not in any way impede Senate from doing their legislation process that we have as a country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will just, on the issue of Clause 7, I think she has elaborated on the issue of formation of composition of the committee. I agree that we need this committee, and this committee should proceed with oversight on Clause number 3, NGOs and individuals. Madam Speaker, we have so many people pretending to issue sanitary pads, and these people, you know, period shaming and period poverty also is how we publicize. I normally see NGOs and individuals go to schools, even GAV, they bring out girls, small girls, they just give them one packet of sanitary pad and tell them show to the camera, they take a photo, Madam Speaker, and then go, which is very unfortunate. And that is how we are even promoting stigma. We should, Madam Speaker, can you protect me from Senator Shute? What I'm saying. So that is what I'm saying, that we need, even in Migori, anywhere people just go and take sanitary pads, give it to our school-going girls, take them to take a photo, and then they send to their donors. There is no proper accountability. And that is why I'm calling out the National Assembly. They should tell us in 470 million in 2022-2023, where did it go? In the following year, 970 million, where did it go? In purchase of sanitary pads, and the Ministry of Education and Gender only issue once. They go and take a photo. They don't give us a data. How many girls, how many schools that sanitary pads has been issued in a particular school? Even my own former school, St. Francis Chapter 8 Primary School in Mosoriat in Chesume Sub-County, if you walk to that school and ask the headmaster, how many times did the sanitary pads were being issued? And that is very important. Clause number 8, the committee, sanitary pads, I agree, public institutions and correctional facilities, which I agree, so that we can allow close to 1 million girls who miss 3 to 4 days in a month because of periods not to attend classroom, to be able for them to be part of learning. And you know, most of these girls are sharp there. As Madam Speaker, you remember a song that what a woman can do, what a man can do, a woman can do best. And therefore, women and men, by God's grace, they are equal and the same. I think some people argue that women are smarter because they can multitask. But us who are Christians believe women are the neck, but men are the head. And I think that is what is, I don't know, that is how the Bible explains, Madam Speaker. I don't know in Muslim, I don't know why Senator Shute is complaining. Therefore, we should stop tokenism in issuance of sanitary pads in this country. And therefore, that is clause number 8. Clause number 9, Madam Speaker, I will jump quickly to clause number 12. The Secretariat, I think those are procedural issues. I want to go quickly, Madam Speaker, to clause number 14. I agree in the formation of county to overlook and advise so that we can see that concurrent function. I think the issue of sanitary provision can be concurrent because we have VCD classrooms being managed by counties. We have correctional facilities. We have public institutions that are being managed, like vocational training centers, youth polytechnics are being managed by counties. And I think formation of this inter-county is very critical and very important. And therefore, the formation of these committees, and we promote the reusable of sanitary pads, Madam Speaker, so that we can ensure, you have heard the President talking about 15 billion trees. We need to promote the issue of climate financing, climate action. We need to ensure that sanitary pads that are being issued to our girls, one, are eco-friendly to protect our environment. Secondly, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that the disposal of sanitary towels is done hygienically, and then the quality. And therefore, the public health should be part of this conversation so that the sanitary pads, Madam Speaker, you know better, that the sanitary pads should be of good quality and correct size so that they don't give infections to our young girls and women across the country. Madam Speaker, in clause number 16 on the issue of auditing and reporting, I want to agree, and I think we should amend this, that the reporting mechanism should go to the Parliament. Since National Assembly have been unable to oversight, now that it's a concurrent function, the Public Accounts Committee, but I think Public Accounts Committee, we are a bit held up. I think it should go to Public Investment Committee. It should look the issues of sanitary funding by the Deputy Party Leader of ODM, Senator Otsotsi. And I can see he's nodding because we are adding him more work in terms of efficiency and expertise that he normally has on matters of auditing and reporting to Parliament. But I'm Speaker, finally, on clause number 22, on the general provisions, I agree that anybody who rebrands, sells, or poor quality that can cause infection to our girls and women, they should be fined 5 million. Alternatively, they should be incarcerated or be put into the jail for 5 years or being fined 5 million. Because you can imagine our girls and women wearing substandard or poor quality of sanitary pads, the infection can be a problem. But I think Senator Shute's juvenism should be protected from this bill so that we can make progress. And I think he should go back to his county and describe the way he's trying to tell me behind the scenes. And then we'll see if we will be elected by women back to this house. But I'm sick, and therefore I want to commend the mover of this motion and the owner of the bill, Senator Gloria Orwoba, on the provision of Sanitary Towels Bill 2024. And I hope this bill will be passed. I don't see the fact that women in National Assembly, I want to encourage women, Madam Speaker. Anything that will empower and give dignity to our women should be encouraged in our country. It should be the clarion call. We can ensure, I know people will say, what about the boy child? The boy child, Senator Eddie can come up with a bill on provision of underwears or inner clothes so that we can also fund and ensure our boy child are able to access in our primary schools and secondary schools, Madam Speaker. So if we want to promote gender equity, if that's what will take this bill to pass. But I want to believe the National Assembly, members of National Assembly are reasonable enough to ensure this bill by Senator Gloria Orwoba is being passed. And it has not gone without saying that Senator Gloria Orwoba has been the biggest champion, putting even billboards in Nairobi, bringing awareness before this House. So we must ensure we hold on to such leaders. And having a nominated leader, Madam Speaker, we have seen people who are nominated who are flower girls and flower boys in this House, even in the previous session, and in this session that have done little or nothing about legislation intervention. So when we get a nominated leader coming up to push an agenda as elected leaders who have stayed in leadership, we should encourage, Madam Speaker, so that it makes sure.
What's your point of order, Senator Chimera?
Madam Speaker.
Senator Cherargei, please sit down.
Madam Speaker, I've listened to Senator Cherargei, Madam Speaker. Is the Senator in order to refer to nominated members of this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, as being flower girls, Madam Speaker?
Senator Cherargei, please apologize for using the word flower girls.
Madam Speaker, I didn't mention anybody's name.
Please withdraw the use of the word.
I say some.
No, you said senators in this session and the previous session who have been flower girls. Can you withdraw, please?
Madam Speaker, let me withdraw and substitute by saying some of our colleagues.
Please withdraw. I did not ask you to substitute.
I have withdrawn and apologize, but some of the colleagues, even in the previous session, a number have become flower girls and flower boys without.
Senator Cherargei, I think now you're crossing the line. No, please don't use the word flower girls in reference to any senator. Please withdraw and apologize.
Madam Speaker, can I substitute by saying?
No, please withdraw.
But I have withdrawn and apologize.
No, you have not. Can you withdraw and apologize on record?
I withdraw and apologize by saying, Madam Speaker, that as
no,
members
you have
of
withdrawn and apologized not by saying anything.
As members of Parliament, we should be serious in our work, whether you are elected or not elected. We should, Madam Speaker, we should do our job. Our job is not only to be seen to be co-chesters of individuals or parochial interests, that either of parties or individuals in this House or in the law house, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I want to celebrate and ask, you know, the Bible says the guilty are always afraid. Madam Speaker, and therefore, as I second this bill, I want to emphasize the need that let us, all of us, rally and ensure that we push this bill. Let us vote. I want to urge delegations, because if it will involve counties, we might need the support of delegations. Let us pass this bill. Let us give our girls and women a dignity to live a dignified life, a respectful life, from the girls and women and all over the country. And because every man loves women, we must love women and ensure we support, not only love them by affection, but show through their actions and deeds, including legislation and interpretation. With those many remarks, I beg to second. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the provision of Sanitary Towels Bill, Senate Bills number 7 of 2024, be now read a second time. Senator Eddy.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving me an opportunity to give some thoughts on this bill, which I think that the spirit of the bill is one that we must support, because, Madam Speaker, as a country, as far as 2017, we did decide as a country that girls avoiding school because of lack of sanitary towels
is unacceptable. We decided as a country, Madam Speaker, that within our borders as Kenyans, girls using unhygienic materials like torn pieces of clothes or blankets, Madam Speaker, is unacceptable. We did say, Madam Speaker, that even having our girls exposed in sexual activities in exchange for sanitary towels with their male counterparts in situations whereby they cannot be able to afford, or their families cannot be able to afford to support them with sanitary towels, is unacceptable. And we even did agree in that year, 2017, that women in general, and girls in particular, must also not just consume sanitary towels just as a function of dealing with menstrual cycle, menstrual cycle, Madam Speaker, but also they should also be able to be given capacity to choose taste, comfort, and anything of their liking that gives them dignity. These things we did agree about. And that's why even at a certain conversation in this House and other platforms, Senator Karen Nyamu has been seen as an advocate of even tampons, which I think that, Madam Speaker, these are very serious issues we're talking about. So then what has been the response in the corners of our country, Madam Speaker? The first response is that we have had charitable organizations trying to fill in the gaps. We also have in our time without number community-based programs that try to fill in the gaps. But we have also had where people are capable in terms of money, private capacities of people can be able to afford, trying to afford what they can. But Madam Speaker, the core of this bill, and even the title of the bill, it says provision. Let me not misquote the bill in whichever way, Madam Speaker. I want to read it as is. The provision of sanitary towels bill, meaning that the bill says that there is no avenue in which Kenyan government today is providing sanitary towels to women. And therefore, the fourth response, Madam Speaker, that I wanted to say to this menace of acquisition or access to sanitary towels, Madam Speaker, there should be government initiatives. Now, when we are making bills in this House, Madam Speaker, especially on issues that affect women, I want to encourage all my female counterparts, senators in this House and in Parliament in general, that once you've got an opportunity, that you have entered a door, build on that opportunity. Because the truth is, Madam Speaker, we have a government act that is alive in that 2017 to provide for our female counterparts sanitary towels, Madam Speaker. And that bill, Madam Speaker, I can refer to it. It is the Basic Education Amendment Bill 2017. If you look at Section 2K of that bill, Madam Speaker, it does require the Ministry of Education to provide for free, sufficient, and quality sanitary towels to our girls in schools. This has been followed, Madam Speaker, with budgetary allocations, Madam Speaker. There is a standard requirement that responds to this problem because it will be a mischaracterization of our country if we are talking about lack of this provision when it actually does exist. To the extent that maybe external people might think, or donors or other people might think that actually Kenya government has never done something like this, when actually it was passed in 2017, Madam Speaker. And it requires, Madam Speaker, that annually women or girls in school must get 9 packs. It's very specific, that's Section 2K. It says that all girls in our schools must get 9 packs of pads per year, which translate to a pad a month. So what I wanted to advise my sister, Senator Gloria, is how can we improve on this, that perhaps we can have more, because currently, Madam Speaker, our girls can only get about 7 pads.
What's your point of order, Senator Mungatana?
Madam Speaker,
The Honorable Senator for Migori, whom I really highly respect and is very well researched, I like to listen to what he says, has brought a very fundamental issue on the floor of the House, that what has been approved by this House through first reading, and now we have in fact started the debate for second reading, in fact the law exists. So, Madam Speaker, I wanted a proper clarification and a ruling from the House. You know, an advised ruling that will tell us whether in fact we are on the correct trajectory to debate a bill that already an act of parliament exists. I would
What was the point of order?
The point of order is, are we in order to debate?
No, the point of order, the person who was speaking said something.
Yes, are we
you
in
seem
order?
to be agreeing with them. So what is
No,
your
no,
point of
are
order?
we in order, Madam Speaker, to debate a law, not an amendment of that law, but a law providing for what already exists? Are we in order as a House?
Honorable Senators, the bill before us is framed in language that is not there. It is up to this House to debate this bill, and to determine one way or the other if the bill is necessary or not. You will get to do that when you vote. But we proceed.
I wish Senator Mugatana, and we are all aligned with Senator Mugatana, because what you are asking is fundamental, but I will go ahead and just demonstrate to you how the government of Kenya has addressed this issue overall, because I think that the only new part that I'm seeing in this bill is talking about correctional institutions and the committees, which is about a distribution issue, which I think is a policy issue. But you see, that bill, Madam Speaker, has gone through Houses of Parliament in terms of budgetary allocation. I want to give you an example. In 2021-2022, the Ministry of Education had a budget of 1.7 million girls who are enrolled in our schools. And therefore, it tried to capture the puberty stage of the girls in our education between class 6, 7, and 8. And therefore, it demonstrated that it needed about 621 million to provide for the 9 packs that is required by the bill, by the act that is existing, Madam Speaker. Because of budgetary constraints, Madam Speaker, they were only allocated 259 million. That means that in the subsequent years, which I don't want to go into those numbers, Madam Speaker, there has been incremental computation in the Ministry of Education to deal with sanitary parts provision, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, even if you go further, if you look at the Kenya Environmental Sanitation and Hygiene Policy of 2016, Madam Speaker, that was then adjusted, Madam Speaker, to look at this issue holistically. It ended up requiring, Madam Speaker, that in the advent of this act of 2017, Madam Speaker, it went ahead, this policy, to require that all schools must have private collection and disposal systems for used menstrual clothes and sanitary towels, Madam Speaker. So the fundamentals of this bill, which we want to deal with, which is the number one, the issue of provision. It does exist. The problem is there enough capitation for it? And I wish that my sister, Senator Gloria, would instead rethink this entire bill into a policy framework that will then make sure that there's enough capitation for what exists in that particular bill. And then for enough capitation for what policies that exist, like the Kenya Environmental Sanitation and Hygienic Policy, that looks at how to deal with this issue of hygiene infrastructure in the country, Madam Speaker, can be able to be financed. Because my worry is, Madam Speaker, if we end up over-legislating, we end up disadvantaging the women. Because for you to actually pass this bill, start another journey of looking for its budget, when the other budget is suffering from not being able to get enough capitation, Madam Speaker, you will disadvantage the women in being able to get enough resources for what already exists. It's a fundamental, serious question, Madam Speaker, that I wanted to raise, that in case, for instance, Madam Speaker, if you think about what that policy requires in terms of private, private system of having women being able to collect and dispose sanitary towels, Madam Speaker. If you look at what happened, for instance, in 2023, in the backdrop of the bill that exists, in January 2023, Madam Speaker, public health officers closed a number of schools. An example is the Ogada Primary School in South Kabwoch in Homa Bay County, Ndiwa constituency, where my brother, Senator Kajwang, comes from. And the reason why that public school was closed is because it did not comply with the policy that exists to make sure that there are proper toilets and latrines to dispose sanitary towels. Therefore, what did that policy require? It required that the capitation ought to have been that all these schools have got separate latrines for girls, that even when they're going to change their pads, if they were found in a condition in school, they have got their private toilets in those schools, Madam Speaker. So you can imagine, we already have a law, a system that can be able to actually develop this. Then we come with a new law that forgets that the issue here is finance and distribution, that we can be able to actually empower. Madam Speaker, it will be a disservice to women. What I think that we should do, we must find an innovative way, and I hope that the good Senator, Senator Gloria, can meet me perhaps outside this platform to look at how can we actually holistically look at existing infrastructure and be able to ensure that money, one, goes to those infrastructure that exist. Number two, Madam Speaker, where we need to invest in what exists, then becomes the issue of distribution, which is the only way we can be able to think about counties and the communities that are proposed in this bill to ensure that perhaps in the existing Basic Education Act of 2017, Madam Speaker, perhaps we could explore something like Article 189 that allows cooperation between national government and county governments, so that they create a committee that ensures that what already exists under the Ministry of Education, Madam Speaker, can be able to now be devolved into the counties to help hasten the process of being able to give those sanitary towels to our girls in schools. But doing a whole new law when one exists that has not been funded properly will be a disservice to women. That's my caution, Madam Speaker, and I am mixed at this point whether I support or not, but I just wanted to give a caution that this is a danger that might be actually take away from the gains that women have made in the number of the bill that exists and the policy that exists. I wish that both the Secretariat and the Senator who has sponsored this bill can sit together and look at how can we empower the policies that exist and the act that exists to ensure that it gets money, it gets infrastructure for distribution, and make sure that we can be able to get the sanitary towels to our women. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Chimera.
Asante Bi Speaker kwa kunipa fursa hii na mimi niweze kuchangia kuhusu mswada huu wa Senator Gloria Oroba. Kwanza Bi Speaker, ni mpongeze sana Senator Gloria Oroba kwamba yeye ameteuliwa, ni senator mteule, lakini tunaona ile kazi ambayo wanafanya hapa bungeni. Na Bi Speaker, nilikuwa nina wasiwasi manake nimemuona kwa mabango katika sehemu mbalimbali za nchi yetu hii akiweza kuashiria kwamba yeye ni mwana mkereketwa mkuu wa swala hili, Bi Speaker. Vile vile pia senata huyu ameweza kufika hapa bungeni akiwa amevalia nguo ambayo ilikuwa na rangi nyekundu kwa sehemu zake za siri, Bi Speaker. Kumbe ilikuwa ni ishara kwamba alikuwa ana mchakato wa kuhakikisha kwamba ameleta mswada huu ambao ni mswada wa maana sana katika nchi yetu ya leo. Nimpongeze sana kwa mswada huu, Bi Speaker, na pia vile vile niweze kunakili semi za Senator Eddie Oketch kwamba kumekuwepo ama kunayo sheria tayari ya swala hili. Lakini pia nimueleze kwamba nimeona sheria hii vile vile imeweza kuinukuu kipengele fulani, nafikiri kipengele cha 18 cha sheria ile ya Basic Education Act, na hiyo ni kuonyesha kwamba Senator huyu Gloria ameweza kuipigia msasa zile sheria ambazo zipo kwa sasa kuhusu swala lote hili la visodo. Speaker, niseme kwamba wanafunzi wetu wa kike wameteseka, hasa wale ambao wanatoka mashinani. Ukiangalia zile sehemu za ndani sana katika nchi hii, county zetu hizi za Northeastern, Speaker, county kama ya Wajir, Marsabit na hata county yangu ya Kwale, Speaker, kuna sehemu kule ambazo ni ndani sana, Speaker. Sehemu kama Shesheni, eneo bunge la Lungalunga kule Kwale, sehemu kama Ngadhini, eneo bunge la Lungalunga vile vile, sehemu ya Kazamoyo, eneo bunge la Kinango, Speaker. Ni sehemu ambayo wanafunzi wetu wa kike wakifika wakati wa kuwa mwezini, Speaker, na hawajapata fursa ya kupata visodo, Speaker, wanafunzi hawa basi inakuwa hali ngumu kwenda shuleni, inakuwa hali ya aibu zile siku 2-3 ambazo wanapitia maumbile yao ya kiubinadamu, Speaker. Inakuwa dhiki kwao, inakuwa aibu. Mtu inafika wakati wanatumia hata vitambara, Speaker, ili kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba mwezi ule ama siku zile za mwezini, Speaker, wameweza kuzidhiri kibinafsi, Speaker. Na niseme kwamba sheria hii ikiwa itatekelezwa, Speaker, na ikiwa cha ukweli kwamba tutapata fursa ya serikali kuu na serikali zetu za ugatuzi kuhakikisha kwamba visodo vinasambazwa katika kila shule ya upili ama ya umoja, Speaker, na kwamba wanafunzi wetu wa kike wanapata visodo hivi, Speaker, basi itakuwa hali ya afueni kwa wanafunzi wetu. Kwa sababu kwa sasa inakuwa ni aibu sana kwa mwanafunzi yule ambaye hawezi kupata visodo. Na sio kwamba hawana uwezo. Saa zingine pia utapata familia zingine kule mashinani wana uwezo, lakini kufikia visodo vile pia ni hatua, inakuwa bei ghali sana na wanashindwa kupata visodo vile. Kwa hivyo mimi nimpongeze sana Senator Gloria kwa wazo lake hili la kuhakikisha kwamba serikali imetukwa jukumu la kuhakikisha kwamba visodo vimesambazwa katika kila kona ya nchi, katika kila shule ya nchi. Ndio yule msichana ambaye anahitaji visodo hivi aweze kupata haki yake na aweze kupata visodo hivi, pasipo kumjua mtu yoyote, pasipo kwenda kwa afisi ya aidha mzee wa mtaa ama chifu ama mbunge, Speaker. Kwa sababu pia sisi wanasiasa, Speaker, tunatumia swala hili kufanya siasa, Speaker. Na sio vyema kwamba unamdhalilisha mtoto wa kike ili wewe ufanye siasa yako, Speaker. Ikiwa wewe ni kiongozi na unahitaji kusaidia jamii kwa kuwapatia visodo wanawake wetu hawa, tunakuomba ufanye vile kwa njia ambayo unastahili, wala sio kuwatumia wasichana wetu kufanya siasa. Vile vile tu pengine nimpe mawazo Mheshimiwa Gloria ya kwamba tumeona ameweka kamati nafikiri 2 katika sheria hii, na kamati zile zimepewa nguvu za ajabu sana, ya kwamba wao ndio watasimamia swala lote hili, kuanzia kupata fedha, kuanzia kufanya mipangilio na kuanzia usambazaji pia wa visodo hivi. Pengine tu hapo ni muombe tu aweze kuangalia, manake tunajua kwamba fedha ikitoka kwa serikali kuu ikienda kwa kamati ambayo tunaona pia imeteuliwa na watu binafsi, hatujui wajibikaji utakuwaje katika kamati ile. Vile vile hata nafikiri magavana wetu watakuwa na hali ya hatihati kuipatia kamati ile ya county kufanya kazi hii ya kusambaza visodo, kupata fedha hizi vile vile, na tunajua hali ni ngumu ya kiuchumi. Kwa sababu pia nimeona ile kamati lazima ipate either allowance ama nafikiri kiinua mgongo fulani kufanya kazi hii. Kwa hivyo nakuomba Senator Gloria uangalie swala hilo. Nafikiri ni kipengele cha 13, 12, zile kamati pale zipo nyingi mno, vile vile pia zina majukumu ambayo ni ya nguvu sana, inaweza kukupatia shida na viongozi wengine. Pia niseme Speaker, tumeona tayari akina mama wetu hawa ambao ni women reps tayari wana mfuko ambao unaitwa National Government Affirmative Action Fund. Na nikutaarifu Speaker kwamba mimi mwenyewe nimekuwa mratibu mkuu wa kwanza kusimamia fedha hii katika kaunti ya Kwale, wakati ambapo kiongozi wetu alikuwa mheshimiwa mwenda zake marehemu Zainab Kalicho Chizuga, Mwenyezi Mungu amrehemu, amsamehe dhambi zake na muweke mahali pema palipo na wema. Speaker, tuliweza kufanya miradi kama hii
lakini hakukuwa na sheria. Ilikuwa tu ni mtu kama kiongozi anaamka, anasema mimi naomba leo nisambaze visodo. Na wewe kama mratibu mkuu hauna budi basi ila tu kuhakikisha kama umetafuta fedha na umeweka fedha pale katika yule mradi na mradi umefanyika. Lakini leo hii tunaona ile sheria ya ngafu imeweza kuhakikisha kwamba women reps wetu wamepewa fursa ya kutafuta visodo hivi na kuvisambaza nyanjani ili wanafunzi wetu waweze kufaidika na visodo hivi. Lakini nikueleze kwamba pia ule mfumo ule wa ngafu, kwa sababu najua pia viongozi hapa watasema mbona tayari kuna sheria kuhusu visodo. Kwa nini tulete sheria nyingine kupitia Senator Gloria Oroba na tayari sheria ipo? Lakini ni wataarifu kwamba hata kama ile sheria ipo, bado lile jukumu la kuhakikisha kwamba wanafunzi wetu wamepata visodo wote sawia, kila mmoja bila kubagua, bila kujulikana, bila ubaguzi, bispika, haijaweza kutekelezwa vilivyo. Na basi mimi ningemuomba Senator Gloria kupitia sheria hii aweze kuzungumza na wale viongozi wengine wakiwemo women reps, kwa sababu ikifika kule bunge lile la upili, lile nyumba ya pili ile, wanaweza kuleta shida na sheria hii. Lakini na imani kwamba mkizungumziana Senator Gloria, tutapitisha sheria hii na sheria hii itaweza kumuokoa yule mwanafunzi wa kike ambaye hajui lolote, hamjui yoyote na ni mchochole, aweze kupata visodo hivi, aweze kuendelea majukumu yake kukaa shuleni, afanye mitihani yake, aweze kuhitimu, na mwisho wa siku pengine inshallah tumuone katika bunge kama hili pia yeye akizungumzia masuala ya wanawake wenzake. Kwa hiyo mengi machache, Bi Speaker, mimi nataka nimpongeze sana Senator Gloria kwa mswada huu na pia niseme ninaunga mkono mswada huu. Asante sana Bi Speaker.
Senator Mungatana.
Madam Speaker, many years ago, when I was in class 7, a very strange happening took place, and I was in Arap Moi Primary School, Ngao. We were in class, and in those days, Madam Speaker, the classrooms, they had very large windows which were not covered, so you could jump out of the class or get in, and there were no doors. And that's the school I went to for my class 7 and standard 5 to 7. Of course, it is much better now. But the strange happening, Madam Speaker, was that we were in class, and then we were about to break for break. We were about to break the class for break. And one of the girls, one of the very bright girls, just stepped on one of the desks and jumped out of the window. And I never understood what was happening. And most of us boys at that age, we didn't know what was happening. Push back the years, many years back later, I came to understand that that young girl then was having her period. And in our custom in those days, it was very, very a secretive kind of thing. Men like us, boys, were not supposed to know what is happening, and men were not supposed to discuss what is happening. And it was a secret thing, because we were told that there are things that girls go through that we were never supposed to know. In fact, it was something, there was a custom around it of secrecy. Little did I come to know, little did I know, Madam Speaker, many years later, that in fact that custom of secrecy in Tana River County in those days was a custom of oppression for our young girls, our young daughters. It was kept so secret that the girls were supposed, you miss school and you go and hide, 3-4 days later you appear. And we also didn't know what was happening as boys. Madam Speaker, today I stand to support this bill because I said when I grow up, when I came to understand what was happening, and God gives me daughters, it will never happen that my daughter would be ashamed of what God has so graciously given her. Madam Speaker, I have made it a custom with my wife that all those wonderful girls that God has given us, every one of them who in Kiswahili we say amevunja viungo, has started. On the first one, we would take her out and sit with her for a beautiful dinner and explain to her, Mami, God makes you more beautiful as you grow up. So what has happened to you? Because the mom would give me the information. What has happened to you? God is making you more beautiful. And you know, your hair is going to grow taller. You're going to look more prettier. You're going to your face is going to be softer. And you're going to stop being a tomboy. You have to behave in this and this and this other way, the way we bring up all our children. Madam Speaker, why am I saying this? I'm saying this because here in town, it might be normal, but the communities we come from, and I'm talking about the communities in a place like Tana River County, we are so conservative still. And my colleague here is telling me, Kajiado, we are conservative, and we need to speak out and tell our people that time has come to tell our children it's a normal thing, and it's a beautiful thing, and it's a thing that makes us grow. And God has made it in this way so that we can procreate at the appropriate time. And so, Madam Speaker, when there is a law to buttress this beautiful happening, it is our duty, it is our call for us to stand with this kind of law. So I want to congratulate Madam Senator Gloria Oroba for this particular thing. And she's been very, very consistent on this. I want to really, really support her and urge her to soldier on. I heard in her submissions that there may be problems, there could be issues when it goes to the other house. I
Order,
want
Senator
to
Umtata and the
urge.
team. That Kamkunji, can it consult in low tones, please?
I want to urge Madam Speaker that she should soldier on and urge fellow senators that we should support this bill. There's only one thing, and this is by way of improvement of this bill, that I would urge my colleague senator to think about. I'm reading a provision about the structure of this administration of this bill. And it says that she intends to set up a committee through this bill, Madam Speaker. And this committee would have a corporate entity. But look at the committee, Madam Speaker. It is a committee that is an interministerial committee on provision of sanitary towels. Now, I have been through a lot of legislation, Madam Speaker, but how do we create an interministerial committee and give it corporate entity? Wouldn't it have been better to set up a proper parastatal in charge of this? I say this because it has a corporate seal, it can sue and be sued, it does all this purchasing, the borrowings, and doing all these things like a proper corporate entity. But Madam Speaker, look at this committee. The membership, you have a chairperson, and then you have a principal secretary responsible for gender. In there, you have the principal secretary responsible for basic education or their representative designate. In there, you have a principal secretary responsible for correctional services, for higher education, for vocational. There are so many principal secretaries, Madam Speaker. And apart from these so many, Madam Speaker, principal secretaries or their designated fellows, there is the Attorney General. Now, I've been in government for a while. And I've also been a chair of Kenya Ports Authority. And I know how boards are supposed to work. At least for a board, you are sure who is the member, and they are given their allowances, and they know when they come there's a certain benefit attached to it. But for these ministerial things, today there will be an officer who comes. Next time that officer is not there. The other time that person from correctional is not there. The other guy from gender doesn't come. And it is a different person every time. You want to take a decision as a corporate, you can't, because maybe the other fellow from Ministry of Gender is not there, and then it becomes so difficult. And then you have the Attorney General. He has so many lawyers and state councils. One will come, the other one, the other day, making just one decision, like where do we take the money, at which areas, you will find it very difficult. So I'm seeing a situation where maybe my colleague might want to think about setting up a proper parastatal that is charged with this. We give them the money and we support that initiative to the end. But I'm seeing this is a bit, I'm very worried, the setup. And it is carried down all the way to the counties again. You'll find again at the county there are interministerial departments set up. Now, the argument that if the money is located in one particular department or one place, it can be subject to misuse. It is better we legislate how that money will be operationalized and we achieve the goal in that place where there is unified decision making. But if we have 3 departments, 3 ministries, I'm telling my colleague, Honorable Oroba, your beautiful thoughts, people will frustrate. You will not get the results because government works in a very strange way, and you need to be in there to know what I'm talking about. So I'm urging so much, if we can re-engineer, I don't know how we will do it, but there must be a more efficient way for this money to flow to our people. That's about the only point I wanted to make, but to say that this is a wonderful idea whose time has come, and to urge the men listening, men who are traditional, like myself, men who come from counties where we still believe and practice our traditions, who can't even say some words. Even some words don't exist in our mother tongues, that it is time we change and move to support the girl child and support this bill. Madam Speaker, with all those many words, I beg to support. Thank you.
Senator Nyamo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to start by saying this is a very good bill for all intents and purposes. It is an open secret that Kenya is going through a lot of period poverty. And period poverty is defined as the inability to access period products, inability to access clean water and a hygienic environment during the period, Madam Speaker. And what is the mean of the period poverty, and particularly in Kenya? Madam Speaker, the main cause of period poverty is not the lack of water, is not the period stigma and all that lack of sanitation. The main cause of period poverty is the high cost of period products, Madam Speaker. 65% of women in Kenya, women and girls, cannot afford sanitary products. 95% of our menstruating girls have to miss school between 1 and 2 days on the days that they are on their period, Madam Speaker. We cannot continue to normalize such alarming statistics and the effect that they have on the education of a girl child, Madam Speaker. And how have we managed all this time? Believe it or not, how we have been filling the gap is through donations. An NGO here, a philanthropist there, and now Women Rep have some. They can donate some, but not the entire need that we have in our schools and in our prisons. And so, Madam Speaker, why don't we adopt this legislative proposal and the legal structure that Senator Gloria is proposing and fine-tune it, because the intent of the bill, anyone here represents people, and you know the dire need on the ground. The intent of the bill is sacred. We need to support it, and we need to guide it to ensure that our girls are eventually going to get free sanitary towels, if not for anything, for the dignity. Madam Speaker, there is no dignity in donations. We need to give them, we need to end the stigma, and we need to give our girls dignity by having a system where they know every month they are guaranteed sanitary products and they are guaranteed to attend all the days in school. The only amendment that I would have for this bill is I would propose a shelf life for this bill, say 20 years, so that the government can embark on giving a solution for affordable sanitary products. Maybe zero rating the raw materials, maybe making sure we have cheap labor to produce and subsidizing this sector and produce our own sanitary products. Another proposal that I would have that Senator Gloria can have in the bill is to have period education so that girls know what is normal, how many days is not normal to have your period. In case of pain, what do you do? And also to expose our girls to the various period products, because we don't only have sanitary towels as a period product. The girl should be able to choose for herself what is more comfortable for her. And Madam Speaker, tampons are a very good option. I don't know if you can bear me witness on that, Madam Speaker, but I stand here as someone who's used tampons most of my life, and they're an excellent option because of the comfort, because you actually forget you're on your period, and there's the theory that, or the imagination that people think that it's such a big thing. Madam Speaker, the mini tampon, which is the first one, is smaller than this by far. It is more tiny than this. And it's made in a way that it can absorb a lot, Madam Speaker. So those are my remarks on this bill. I support it. I support the provision of sanitary towels bill with amendments, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The mover may reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to reply by thanking the senators who have today showcased the support for this piece of legislation. I want to thank my seconder, Senator Cherargei, for interrogating and highlighting what the bill has. I would like to thank Senator Eddie Oketch for highlighting some of the issues that I will also clarify on. I want to thank Senator Chimera for the intervening and ensuring that no points have been lost. Senator Karen Nyamu for sensitizing us on other options and the sustainability in terms of proposing a shelf life. And also Senator Danson Mungatana, who has even given us his interaction in terms of period poverty and how he got sensitized about this pandemic of period poverty. Madam Speaker, as I reply, I would like to highlight that indeed there is an Amendment Act under the Education Act, and I have highlighted in my proposed bill, Section 8, I've highlighted on the matters of Section 18. If you go to point 23 of my proposed bill, you will see that I have highlighted that Section 18 of the Basic Education Act is amended in subsection 1 by inserting the words, in consultation with the Interministerial Committee on Provision of Sanitary Towels established under the Provision of Sanitary Towels Act, immediately before the words prepare and submit appearing in paragraph K. Madam Speaker, I also want to inform those who have contributed, and particularly Senator Eddie Oketch, that I am aware that there is an existing piece of legislation that touches on provision of sanitary towels. However, I would like to clarify that this particular law has not been implemented because it does not have any timelines, it does not stipulate the frequencies, does not talk about the quantity, the quality, who is in charge of what, it does not even ring fence a budget towards it, it even does not give any repercussions in the event, like in subsequent years, that we have not had the provision of sanitary towels, and therefore my bill is coming in to cure all these, what we'll call legal loopholes, that have actually been misused and have prevented the women and girls of Kenya from receiving sanitary towels, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m. Time to adjourn the Senate. Senator Uruova, you have a balance of 27 minutes. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 16th April 2025 at 9:30 a.m.